Hello everyone. It is such an honor to join you today for the first ever Kentucky Black Farmers Conference. I want to give a special shout out to my friends at Black Soil and Community Farm Alliance for not only hosting this event, but also making it possible. I wish I could be there in person, but I had a family obligation. Ashley, everyone, thanks for inviting me to join virtually. This is such an exciting time. Here in Kentucky, we are no longer a flyover state, we're the destination. In 2021, we broke every economic investment record in the books, with more new jobs for Kentuckians than ever before. And our agriculture industry has played a major part in this success. And even more important is the work that you've done. Leaders here with us today have worked to not only diversify our agriculture industry, but also to expand access to quality, healthy, and nutritious foods. As we know, the world's current food system is not sustainable. But food security, equity, and justice are also ever-growing concerns. But this team, and all of Team Kentucky, is committed to addressing these challenges head-on. We're taking action by investing in this industry through our Agri-Tech initiative. We're also bringing more voices to the table to help diversify our efforts and expand our impact. Because if we are going to successfully see a sustainable 70% increase in our food supply to meet growing demand, it's going to require all of us working together. And we're well on our way to securing Kentucky's place as the agri-tech capital of the world. We've seen the success and impact of organizations like Black Soil, App Harvest, Garden Girl Foods, Appalachia, and Fresh Harvest. But we must continue to build more opportunities for growth by investing in education, our workforce, and research. That's why my budget included $75 million to support a state-of-the-art agri-tech research and development center. This would bring together the best minds from our private sector, universities, and beyond. This center can help us become the solution so we can grow the ideas and the food necessary to feed the children that will be born 5, 10, even 15 years from now. And I'm talking about feeding every child in every neighborhood across Kentucky and across our country, because our efforts must be inclusive. Because with success comes responsibility. A responsibility to ensure that those too often left out are included in this historic moment. We got to break down the barriers that have prevented so many people of color from having access to not only opportunities within this industry, but also access to health care and a healthy food system. And I'm ready to listen, to learn, and to help take action. I know we can move this industry and our Commonwealth forward by working together. We can build a better Kentucky and ensure we're building that better Kentucky for everyone. And I know this industry and those here with me today will play a major role in our efforts. I want to thank you for your commitment to bringing much needed change. And thank you for inviting me to be at your table. I'm grateful for your trust in me, and I'm committed to ensure that this industry is more inclusive of our people and our communities and looks more like the state around us. Enjoy today. I know I look forward to standing with you as you have already broken through so many barriers and ensuring everyone that comes after has a path just like anybody else to become successful and to help us grow the food of tomorrow.
Hello, good morning. How is everyone today? Oh, y'all can be louder than that. Good morning. How is everyone today? Awesome, awesome. It is a beautiful day. Wonderful sunshine, and we have a great Saturday conference. Thank you to everybody that came yesterday, last night. My mouth's kind of loud, right? It just sounds better for sound. Thank you for everybody that came last night. We had a wonderful time. It was a beautiful time. Commissioner Quarles and Secretary Goodman came and really spoke focus on the group, right? That really was what we wanted them to do. And Secretary Goodman is definitely serious about us organizing, becoming leaders, and making spaces at the table as we use that thing. Doesn't matter how many times I do this, I still get nervous. But again, thank you for coming to day 2 of the Kentucky Black Farmers Conference. Again, I'm Tiffany Bellfield. I am the Food Systems Equity Organizer. I am one of 3 parts of Community Farm Alliance's Farm to Table team. My coworkers have been on registration since last night. We were all here today to focus on the themes of unity and cooperatives, right? If you were here last night, we were immersed in our theme of leadership, right? It was a thick, really robust time. I know a lot of information was dropped, but we had a lot of great conversation that came from that. Hopefully, I'm not a stranger to anyone. We've been texting, emailing, and Facebooking what seems to have been 2 or 3 months now, and I'm very glad to see everybody's faces. And I'm definitely honored to be here to share this space today, this weekend, whole weekend. As you guys know, that tomorrow is another part of the conference as well, and we go all day today until 6 p.m. So just be ready and bring all your questions. Today's the day to ask everybody's questions, okay? Can you hear me now? Oh, there we go. All right, so I'm going to introduce the co-presenting organizer, Ashley with Black Soil, as she offers some housekeeping and introduces our Saturday keynote speaker, Mr. Travis Cleaver. Ashley Smith, everyone. Tiffany D. Let's give it up for Tiffany. It's such an honor to be here for day 2 of the Kentucky Black Farmers Conference. Your beautiful shining faces in the crowd, we finally made it. Again, my name is Ashley C. Smith. I'm one of the co-founders of Black Soil, Our Better Nature, Black Soil KY, and I'm really honored to be here with you today. You probably have noticed we've got some AV and tech assistance as we are streaming live for our friends who are unable to join us this weekend. So if you're able, please silence any of your electronic devices. Again, some more housekeeping. If you're needing the restroom, they're just out these doors to the back of the room to the left. And without further ado, I really have the honor today to introduce a dynamic leader in our agricultural community. Mr. Travis Cleaver is a farmer, and he's the owner of Cleav's Family Market located in Hart County and LaRue County. He will briefly address our theme today, unity and cooperation. The purpose and need for unity, cooperation across regions, across our areas of interest, and opportunities for collaboration across our state and our region. So without further ado, please join me in welcoming to the stage Saturday's keynote presenter, Mr. Travis Cleaver.
Good morning. Y'all hear me all right? Yes. First of all, I just want to thank Ashley, thank Tiffany, thank CFA. It's pretty cool to stand up here and look at all these people that look like me. I love doing what I do. I never thought that I'd come to a conference to speak to young people that was interested in what we do. I was always hanging out with the old heads, the young dudes. Now I see these young brothers in FFA jackets. Pretty cool stuff. Just a privilege and a delight to be here with you today. With so many people of color, I grew up seeing them do what I love doing. That's amazing. There's never been a time one could talk about Travis Cleaver and not talk about farming. So I want to thank you for embarking on this journey with me. I'm not here today to promote Cleave's Family Market. I'm not going to sell you nothing. I'm just going to tell you a brief summary about me. I'm just a Hodgeville dude, man. I'm just country to the bone. Small family farm, grew up in Hodgeville, Kentucky. Real simple life. Parents worked a full-time job, lived on a farm, raised tobacco, a few cows. That's enough about me. I want you to ask yourself, what does the future of black farmers look like? As I ponder on that question, I feel we have a very bright future, but this does not come without hard work. know this, it is very easy to tear something down, but it's very difficult to build something up. In my opinion, with cooperation, we can do this. With our elder farmers and our beginning farmers, they have to collaborate. The choice, the opportunity, is ours to take or to swallow. Our vision to a collaboration with one another, it makes me think about our ancestors, how hard they had to work tirelessly with no pain, low pain, to accumulate the land that they do have and that we have in the community now. It makes me think about a story back when me and Lee Graves were working. We were putting together covering strawberries. And of course I was fussing because I didn't want to be doing it. I was aggravated because it was going to snow, we got to get to work. And Lee said, look boy, lucky we're doing this for us. Our ancestors what? Needless to say, I just kept covering strawberries and didn't say nothing else. At this day and time, accumulating land is very, very difficult. I'm an advocate for the old and the new farmer to collaborate together. The reason for this is our elder farmers, they have the land and the capital. Our younger farmers, they have new management skills, customer base, their equities and information. And in order for the black farmers not to become extinct, we must find a balance in how we will connect and build a bond. The handoff of the baton, it has to be smooth. That means the people with the baton, you can't hold it so tight that these young folks can't get it. And that also means don't quit running until they get the baton. So that gives them enough time to catch up and to keep up the pace. We also need to allow these young people their own entrepreneurship. We do this by collaborating with them, working with them, allowing them to do things simple like take Mike Jackson, he might work with Lee Graves, help Lee put out his hay, and in return, Mike Jackson gets to put a greenhouse up on Lee Graves' farm. And that makes it a win-win for everybody. We have to empower the newcomers. We have to show them that we believe in them. We have to show them that it's possible. We have to show them that it's okay to fail. The only way they fail is if they quit. Young folks, young folks, we've got to slow down. Don't try to take the baton too fast. Remember, everything don't come with quick pay. Instead of asking, hey, how much you gonna pay me? How much is it? How much you gonna give me? Say, hey, how can I help you? Ryan, thank you for that. Keep in mind, trust is earned, it's not given. So with this being said, the time is now, the choice is yours. We can win this race that we're running as black farmers. I guarantee you that if you don't quit, we will succeed. I challenge each and every one of you all today to step out of your comfort zone, meet mingle, meet somebody that's a little bit older, a little bit younger, and see what kind of bond you all can make. In conclusion, the best way to make a difference as black farmers is to be counted in the upcoming USDA farm census. Here to tell us more about this is Chairman Wilson from West Virginia. Thank you all.
Charmaine Wilson. I am the West Virginia State Statistician in Charleston, West Virginia. I am with the United States Department of Agriculture, National Agricultural Statistics Service. On behalf of NAS, as we call my agency, and the Kentucky Regional Field Office, thank you to the conference committee for giving me the moment to present some information to you. NAS is the primary statistical agency under the USDA umbrella. We, as NAS, pride ourselves in producing timely, accurate, and useful statistics available to everyone. NAS produces over 400 surveys that aid the agriculture community. And one particular survey I'll be speaking on today is the Census of Agriculture. The Census of Agriculture is the only source of impartial, comprehensive state, county, nation. It also helps develop the farm bill. It also looks at the ownership, operator characteristics, production practices, income and expenditures. So basically, you have a plethora of data at your fingertips. So, what the problem is that you ask farmers to participate, to sign up, to go out and submit your sense of agriculture. And what this is, the sense of agriculture is your voice. It lets the government know that you're out there. It lets us know what you need. It gives you data to support when you're writing grants for money, funds. Because last night as I was listening to the commissioner, he talked about funds that are available. Also, when I listened to Mrs. Secretary Goodman, she talked about how working together, working with legislators, and when you do that, you will let them know by going out the sense of agriculture, you will let them know, hey, there's a need in this community. But if we don't hear from you, if you don't sign up, and we don't know to help. So I'm asking you to go out, and I'll be out in the hallway, come chat with me, come sign up. I can let you know what the questionnaire looks like, when it's coming out to you. And also, before I end this survey is your voice. It is your voice. When you report, you're representing you and your community. And this is your opportunity to let your voice be heard for your future. And with that, to end this, it is my pleasure to introduce to you a key player in the Kentucky agriculture community, Reed. He's with Kentucky Department of Agriculture. He's with Produce Safety. All right.
Well, good morning, everyone. What a great attendance we've got here. I'm pleased to be representing the Kentucky Department of Agriculture at this Black Farmers Conference. I don't want to take up a whole lot of your time. I just want to let you know that kind of right outside these doors, you'll see our booth that says Produce Safety. And we're here actually to push one thing. We want to make sure everyone is aware of some of the new rules that are FSMA related. How many of you have heard of the Food Safety Modernization Act, FSMA, or the Produce Safety Rule, which is part of FSMA? We've got some information for you in a brochure that we put out, and also we've got some information from our University of Kentucky partners. But part of FSMA, that actually is trickled down. It'll take about a little over 10 years or more to trickle down. That's part of President Obama's Food Safety Modernization Act that was passed around 2011. And that was just major sweeping food safety reform at the federal level to make our food supply safer. Many of you have heard probably the numerous outbreaks and recalls that have occurred over the years, and that still occur with packaged salads and lettuce and onions and tomatoes. And one of the key provisions of the Food Safety Modernization Act that came out in, I think, 2015 was what's called the Produce Safety Rule. And the Produce Safety Rule is federal legislation that actually applies to where our food comes from, on the farm. And so there's some requirements in there about your ag water source, about harvesting, holding, packing, keeping wildlife out of the produce, not harvesting visibly contaminated product, even worker health and safety. So those are all kind of rules in that. And that actually came out in 2015. In 2018, the Kentucky Department of Agriculture actually started our Produce Safety Program. And in 2020, the Kentucky Department of Agriculture actually adopted those new federal rules under state statute and regulation. So our program really started in 2020. What that means is, and our commissioner loves to say this, some farms, depending on your size and your sales volume, may come under regulatory inspection. The good thing about that is, and this is again is our commissioner's favorite remarks, is the Kentucky rules will actually keep FDA off your farm. So instead of FDA inspections, if you are large enough to be inspected, you will actually be dealing with folks from my team, folks who are Kentucky born and raised, folks who know Kentucky. And I don't want to scare anybody, inspection's always a really scary word, Most of our smaller farmers, if you have less than around $27,000 in sales volume, so that's going to probably be anybody that sells to farmers markets, but if you're in that small category, there's only one requirement that you have to do if you're a grower to be in compliance, and that's to complete the farm survey card. And it'll take you about 3 minutes, 5 minutes at most to complete that. That allows us to put you in our system. We're not going to sell this information to FDA. We're not even going to give it to the NAS folks over there. It's only for us, and it helps us determine whether or not your farm would fall under additional regulations. So these cards are at our table. Please get one filled out. I've got some real nice consolation prizes for the first 20 folks that fill this out, 20 or so. We'll trade you some of those for the cards. If possible, we'd like for you to fill those out, leave them with us here before you're finished today. If not, you can also go online to the KDA Produce Safety page, and you can fill that survey out electronically and submit it. And if not, you can even leave some of these cards with Tiffany or Ashley, and they'll get those to us as well. One last thing before I leave is I want to also mention to you, for farms that have over $25,000 in sales, an additional requirement of the new KDA rules is completion of what we call the PSA, that's Produce Safety Alliance Grower Training Course. That is basically produce best practices. It goes over some of the new rules, regulations, how to keep your produce safe. That is offered through our University of Kentucky partners, Dr. Paul. I don't know if you know Dr. Paul or his folks. This year we're going to be doing that training probably every other month, and we're going to alternate between online and in-person training. You can also find out when the next course is on that by visiting our website as well. If you're under 25,000 in sales or under 27,000 in sales, you are not required to take that training, but it's great training, and we would encourage you, we would invite anybody, even if you're the smallest of growers here, to attend that course. It's free of charge, and we'd love to see many of you in that course, whether or not you're actually required to take it or not. I'm going to end it there. Thanks to Tiffany and Ashley for letting me just do a real brief presentation, and we'd love to talk to you about produce safety and the new rules at our booth. Thank you all, and have a great conference.
My Carter G. Woodson FFA students, come up here to the front.
Yep.
I just want to say as they walk up here, you know, I am a farmer, yes, farm school to me. Y'all see these young men? Can you guys give me a round of applause? They got up early this morning, all right? These are your future farmers of Kentucky, all right? They are Lexington, Kentucky. Carter G. Woodson, it's an all-black boys academy, and these are the young men that decided that they wanted to take on agriculture. And I just need you all to see that this is the future. We have some future growers in the back. We got the honeybee kids. Yeah. All right. We got a whole table of young folk over here, including my daughter, who helps me a lot with mentoring and teaching the middle schoolers about agriculture. So, because I have this opportunity, I just want y'all to understand that we have to lead them, and we have to teach them, and they do want to learn. So, again, thank you all, and they wanted to show homage. They're up here because they wanted to show homage and let you all see them. All right? Thank you guys. Y'all have a seat. So at this time, we're going to go into our first panel of the day. We've got Mr. Ed Thomas, USDA. Ed Thompson, sorry. Don't you be mad at me, okay? I'm a little nervous up here, all right? We have some folks from USDA. We have some folks from Kentucky State. If you all want to make your way up here to the front, it'll be our first set of panels around organic certifications and a whole slew of other things. After they speak, please ask the questions. We'll be going around and doing Q&A after they drop all this knowledge on you all right? You all doing well? Everybody okay? We got some water in the back if anybody needs it. So continue to enjoy the conference, all right? We're going to get them set up here.
So you're good.
morning to everyone. My name is Ed Thompson. I'm a USDA Liaison, and I'm headquartered at the Kentucky State University. And I work with the 1890 Land Grant Program and Cooperative Extension through our only 1890 historically black land grant university in this state. And I'm here to let you know that there are people in the field of agriculture, in the industry, that are dedicated to working with each and every individual in this room. Again, I work with the U.S. Department of Agriculture, and for this particular session, we had lined up some speakers that, due to some of the USDA regulations on attendance and such, but these individuals have recorded their Zoom presentations, and they are live on the Zoom to answer any questions at the end of the presentations. So if you have any questions from these Zoom recordings, please do not be bashful or shy. There is a time limit on the amount of time we were entertaining questions, but these individuals are live, if you want to call it live, on Zoom to answer any questions after their presentation. Originally, we had our United States Department of Agriculture Farm Service Agency administrator was supposed to have recorded some information related to one of our hot topics. He did not get that done, but we were going to revisit that at a later date. Also, the state administrator was supposed to record basically a welcome to his agency. However, we are going to start with Miss Latrice Hill. And Ms. Hill is the Director of Outreach of the Outreach Administrator's Office, and she's going to be assisted by Ms. Kanika Calvin-Davis, who is the National Outreach Specialist with the Farm Service Agency, and they are going to discuss the Air Property Assistance Program available through the USDA Farm Service Agency.
My name is Latrice Hill, and I serve as the Director of USDA's Farm Service Agency, Office of Outreach. With me today is my National Outreach Specialist, Kanika Calvin-Davis. And we're going to talk to you about USDA resources that are available for heirs. Now, some of you may wonder, exactly what is an heir? An heir is a person who inherits property from a deceased individual. There's usually several heirs or several family members involved. And because that deceased person did not have a will or an actual deed to prove that they were owners, there's nothing left for the descendants to show that they are owners of the property. So this creates quite an issue. The heirs are able to work the land, work the farm, but they're not able to prove that they're owners of the farm. So whereas they may be eligible for some of the disaster benefits that Farm Service Agency may have available or other programs, they're not eligible for some of the major federal programs that involve housing assistance or farm loan opportunities. So realizing this, in the 2018 Farm Bill, Congress actually asked USDA to implement alternative documentation to accept other methods of documentation when heirs coming to our offices and try to establish a farm number. Well, what is a farm number? A farm number is your ID at USDA. It identifies your farm, the tract, the field or tract that you actually farm or work on the land, and what's grown, if you're growing crops or if you have livestock there, the number of head of livestock, all of that is entered into the system tied to that farm number. So that when USDA does have programs that are announced, for example, let's just say during COVID, we had a coronavirus food assistance program. And that's a program that didn't require anyone to conduct business, to have conducted business with USDA in the past. But if you were one of our producers who had your farm number on file, it was easy for us to see and provide you with a copy of your latest acreage report. So you could see exactly what you've reported, how many acres you had of this crop, the number of livestock on your farm or your operation. It allows USDA the opportunity to notify you when programs are available. So when disaster assistance is available, it's quick and easy for you because you have a farm number. If you elect to receive emails from our office, you'll be notified first of any type of program or opportunity that we have in the office. So having that farm number means getting you established, having a record on file of your farm. Now, for an heir, of course, if you don't have a lease or a copy of your deed showing that that's your property, then it's going to be hard for you to walk into the office and get, say, a farm loan. But you are able to establish a farm number. With that, you would come into the office, and through this change in the farm bill, you're now able to provide either copies of tax returns. It could be an agreement that you have with the rest of your siblings of who's specifically operating the land. Or if you're in a state that has been declared what we call a uniform partition heirs property state, there may be a court order that you can provide to show that you are an operator on the farm. Really quick, I want to tell you what a uniform partition of heirs property state is. That is an act that was passed in about 18 states so far. In those states, that law or that act allows protection from the heirs from any type of forced petition sale. So brother and sister, they're the heirs to the property. I'm the sister's farming and the brother's not. The brother's not even interested in the land. He's approached by a realtor who says, I want to buy your land. And so the brother, not knowing all the legal ties that are involved, he says, okay, sure, you can buy my property. He attempts to sell it to that third party. The third party gets the title back and sees that I too have ownership in the land. It's heirs property. There is no clear title to it. So what happens is that third party can take us to court and take all of the land. He can force a sale because unless we have the funding to completely resolve the issue, he can buy the entire property. So this act protects heirs from those forced sales, and it gives a little flexibility for those heirs to work through those issues and safeguard them from these types of practices. So in these states, there are some concessions that are made. There's a court order that may be available. You could go to your deeds office in that state. They could potentially verify that the owner is deceased for you. But all of those are what I call processes that may take some time. FSA has identified self-certification, which means you can come into our office and say, yes, indeed, I am an heir, but my siblings have turned it over to me to operate the farm. But it's an understanding that I'm the heir, I'm the one that's going to be operating the farm. So that's a win. That's a huge win, because just with the ability to do that, the farm number can be established, and that person or that heir can now receive notifications of when disaster or other program assistance is available through USDA. But not only did the Farm Bill require that USDA accept alternative documentation, the Farm Bill also established a new program, which is called the Heirs Property Relending Program. And Kanika is going to tell you a little bit more about that program now. Kanika?
Thanks so much, Latrice. So as we get into the Heirs Property Relending Program, It's important that we first point out that this is a loan program. We've kind of had some discussions about things in the past, and while we understand that a loan is something that has to be paid back and something that has to be collateralized, excuse me. As Latrice pointed out, this is still a huge win for those heirs because it allows a way that, hey, you all as a family, you all come together and you know that there's something that has to be resolved, but now you don't have to tie up your own funding in order to do it. We have a program by way that you can apply and receive loan funds in order to take care of that. So again, those loan funds assist with resolving those ownership issues, those different succession issues, and it allows you just to be able to pay that back on a schedule. So I'm sure some of you all are wondering again, like, oh, well, why a relending program? What makes this unique? Why can't I just work with FSA? Well, the relending program allowed us to have those intermediaries that were able to apply for that USDA funding that was available through the Farm Bill, and it allows them to then work directly with those heirs because the heirs will come in, apply with them, and they can resolve more things from that level than coming into the USDA office. As you all know, you're not going to come into a county office and, hey, me and my sister over here, we're having this problem. Can you help us to figure that out? So this relending program allows for it to go beyond what can be done at the county office. So it again, by clearing up some of those succession and title issues, as Latrice mentioned, that idea, it assists you with getting that form number established. And this now becomes like a viable way that, again, because you're not having to spend money out of pocket up front, it allows you to allow those resources to be made available for other things while you're resolving these issues. And then ultimately, by having a succession plan that's a part of the relending program, it protects that family legacy going on down, where now you have other family members that come about that they don't have to worry about these titling and ownership issues because they've now been resolved through this relending program. So as we kind of just think more about this relending program, I think it's important that we also think about, okay, what did these relenders, like, what's unique about them? Why did they have to apply? What does that application process look like? And I think it's important to understand that we were very intentional about those relenders that were allowed to apply to this program. The requirements that were out there were they either had to be credit unions or cooperatives or had to be nonprofit organizations. They also had to have more than 10 years of experience working with what is considered traditionally underserved producers, landowners, or in this case, heirs. So we wanted to ensure that they understood what heirs were coming to the table, those type of issues that they were having, issues that they had just trying to, not only get things resolved, but also looking forward to getting that land into agricultural production. So these are individual organizations that have that experience, they understand, and by us allowing them to be that kind of intermediary between FSA and the heir, you have the ability to work with the relender that you feel comfortable with, you have more of a direct relationship with, and they can assist you with those funds that to cover more issues that your family might have as they try to work out those heirs property issues. So talking about what those funds can assist you with, it's important to understand what those funds can be used for. Ultimately, as you all know, we are the USDA Farm Service Agency, and as such, we're looking to help resolve those issues so that you can get a farm number to put that property back to agricultural use. So you can go in, the example that Latrice gave earlier about, those different family members where, one person kind of might be involved a little bit more. You have the option under this heirs property relending program. You might have a family member that's like, hey, I don't want to farm. I don't want anything to do with the land. It allows you the option to buy out those fractional interests that are held. You can also this program allows you to cover the cost for, coming up with developing and implementing that succession plan, which when you have to pay for that kind of stuff out of pocket, that is very expensive. So again, as you think about the relending program, just make sure that you think about what those funds can and cannot be used for. And we're going to kind of touch on also what they cannot be used for. So that way we're kind of clear on that as well. So before we get to what they can't be used for, it's important to understand how this process works. Because again, this is kind of unique for FSA, walking into this dynamics where we have what is can be considered like a middle person. So this is kind of just a chart to let you know how this worked. So the USDA was granted these loan funds. We opened up an application period that those eligible organizations that I told you about were allowed to apply to participate in those programs. It was open up to any of those eligible organizations across the United States. Once approved, and once they applied and they were approved, and once they will be approved and the announcement will be made. As of right now, we're still pending that announcement to let you know who those relenders are. You'll have the ability to work with them and take out that loan to cover those things that you need. You'll be paying the loan back to them after those loans funds helped you to assist you with getting those legal title issues straightened out. Then once you pay them back, they'll pay back the USDA, and then there you are. You have your form number that you need for that land, and you can begin to take part in those not only Farm Service Agency programs, but some other USDA programs that you'll need a clear title and those issues resolved for as well. So again, those relenders have not been announced yet. We're still, working on that. But as you think about working with those relenders, if you feel like the heirs property relending program is the best avenue for you and your family, I think it's very important that going in, you set those clear expectations. Again, it's a loan that has to be backed by some type of collateral, and it does have to be repaid. We've kind of touched on some of the things that it can be covered for. You'll also make sure that you want to remember the things that the funding cannot be utilized for. So setting those clear expectations, understanding the cost of borrowing. When you have a loan, though, that means that it's interest rates that are associated with that. So making sure you understand what that looks like. Also making sure that you identify all potential heirs. The one thing you don't want to do is, hey, you got like 5 siblings at the table, but the other 5 you didn't tell about. So as you're going through this process and, it's slowing you down because you still need those other heirs to be brought to the table. So early on, having note mentally or down on paper, identifying all those heirs. Again, once those relenders are announced, you can feel free to select a lender that you feel comfortable working with. And again, what the loan can and cannot be utilized for. So we also have different avenues that heirs can work with. Latrice spoke early on about, going into the county office, working with them with those different type of documentation and self-certification that you can provide. I recently just got finished speaking some about the heirs property relending program. The one program we have not hit on is the certified mediation program. However, we do have information about that as well. The certified mediation program, as you see there, it does assist with resolving some of those title issues and disputes that go on between families. While you cannot, utilize like you can at the county office, that alternative documentation, it does also have some benefits. And for some heirs, that might be a more appropriate fit for them. So again, we just wanted to make sure that you were aware of the different avenues that were out there for you to help resolve some of those heirs property issues. So again, I know I talked about some of those resources. This is the website where you can go and it'll talk more in detail about establishing the form number. It'll talk more in detail about the heirs property relending program, and I have some of those fact sheets and other resources that are there. So while the program as a whole can seem like a lot, the good thing is, as a result of that 2018 Farm Bill, we now have these different avenues and available resources that can assist you with, taking care of those heirs property issues. At this time, I'll hand it back over to you, Latrice.
Thanks, Kanika. Before we leave, one thing that I wanted to mention is that in headquarters, we work in the Washington, D.C. office, and last year we were able to compete cooperative agreements with stakeholder organizations. The purpose of that was to have organizations to work with you one-on-one, provide that technical assistance and outreach that you need to learn more about FSA's programs. FSA does have state outreach coordinators designated in each state, but you and I both know that all of the time, there's still a disconnect. You may not know of all the programs that are available or those sign-up deadlines, or you may not understand or may not be able to reach out or know who to reach out to for questions. So with that in mind, we decided to partner with organizations. And so there are about 56 organizations that received agreements. They cover different states across the country. In Kentucky, we have an agreement with the Community Farm Alliance. Their contact information is listed here. They're also listed on our website, which is fsa.usda.gov/cooperative agreements. They will provide assistance, answer questions for you, and help you with any questions you have about our programs at no cost. Now, they are not, I want to repeat, they are not the relender for the heirs property relending program. Those relenders have not yet been announced, as Kanika mentioned, but these are partners that are just there for you to reach out to, pick up the phone and call and say, hey, have you heard anything about that relending program? Is it out yet? Do you know who the relenders are? Can we apply? This is a person or a group that you can reach out to for assistance. If you're not comfortable working directly with your state FSA outreach coordinator. I know we're pressed for time, so I'm not going to go through all of these different programs, but we wanted to let you know that at USDA, once you have established clear ownership and title of that land, as Kanika said, you will then be able to apply and be eligible for a number of USDA programs, as well as other federal programs, even FEMA assistance or Small Business Administration. But at USDA, we have three agencies, or we have two agencies that also have programs available once you've established that ownership. So we have the Natural Resources Conservation Service, who hopefully you will hear from today as well. And we also have rural development. Rural development has programs such as the Value Added Producer Grant, the Socially Disadvantaged Groups Grant, or the Micro Entrepreneur Assistance Program. So keep in mind that once there is a major benefit to you getting that land, getting the land clearly established, get the ownership established. And what we want you to know is one of the things that Kanika mentioned, and I think we ever got around to it, but one of the reasons that we want you to get this clear title or this ownership is so that you can participate in these programs. It should be clearly, two things should be clearly noted. As we've said, this is a loan, it has to be repaid. A lot of people have asked, why not a grant? Why didn't you do a grant? Well, Congress designated this in the 2018 Farm Bill. That's where our programs come from Congress. So Congress mandated that it be a loan and not a grant. And we're just implementing it as required. The second thing I want to mention, this is not for families or heirs just to clear title and then walk away, do whatever they want, put a house over here. No, this is for families who wish to farm or continue farming. We want to keep that generational wealth within the family, and we want to grow farmers. So if it's a new operation beginning to farm, then we're ready to work with you. We have a number of resources available. Every state has a beginning farmer and rancher coordinator. This is in addition to a FSA outreach coordinator, but we want you to contact and connect with them. We want you to subscribe to updates. So if you don't have a farm number yet and you're not ready to get one, you can still subscribe to receive press releases and find out exactly when that relender program's coming out. And then we want you to share with us. Let us know when you're facing barriers or obstacles at our county offices. Share that with those state outreach coordinators, with the state executive director that you heard from earlier, or contact
accountability as we resolve this as quickly as possible. Thank you so much.
Mr. Thompson,
You want to
for
pull
those
up the
that
speakers?
don't know what the socially disadvantaged farmers of color act is, could you kind of give us a summary of what it is?
What Mr. Ducheneaux is commenting on?
Yes.
Okay.
Just the background and
All right.
why it was proposed.
All right, and I'm gonna make that the real brief version because that is not my area of specialty. However, there was a act passed by Congress to relieve socially disadvantaged producers that had historically been discriminated against, that have USDA loans. Key word, USDA loans. Not First National Bank, not Chase Bank, not local, any other type of credit union. USDA loans would be forgiven primarily if you had a farm ownership, an operating loan, and you fell into one of those classifications of individuals. They were willing to wipe that particular loan debt out so that you could start fresh as a socially disadvantaged producer and get your piece of the pie, so to say, on a level playing field. That's to my extent of knowledge. That's out of my realm, but just to bring individuals up to date that are may not be aware of that particular issue.
Yeah, we can let Mr. Zach know and participate. He can start with his speech. Exactly.
All right. Are we going to be doing the Warden Alexander's up next?
Yeah, Warden.
Okay. All right. Also online this morning, they are on to answer questions via Zoom. They're live as well, but they were pre-recorded. What you need to know about Farm Service Agency 101. A lot of times we talk to producers, especially new and beginning farmers. How do I get that farm number? What's required? How do I keep up to date with what's going on in the USDA Service Center? So Mr. Alexander is going to discuss that with you and what you need to know.
Okay, and my apologies to everybody there. I can see the folks up there on the panel. Can I get a thumbs up if you can hear me okay? Perfect, thank you. And thanks folks for indulging me. You'd think after 2 years of Zoom calls, I'd be better at this, but clearly I've got some ground to gain on that. So the topic is the American Rescue Plan Act, loan forgiveness, loan payments, and want to help you understand where we're at and why we're there. So in March of 2021, Congress passed the American Rescue Plan Act that would have made loan payments on behalf of socially disadvantaged farmers and ranchers with direct, guaranteed, and farm storage facility loans. We went to work trying to get that approach put out there into the country. We sent letters out to folks. And in May, we started to make payments, and we got 4 payments out the door before we were sued by folks that felt they were being discriminated against. They were predominantly white farmers. Some of them didn't even have any debt. It was supported by one of the key staff members of the previous administration, Stephen Miller, and led by Sid Miller in Texas, the Commissioner of Agriculture there. We received a preliminary injunction on our ability to carry out those payments. So we went to work to try to communicate with our borrowers about what was going on. And I would be honest, we dropped the ball. We thought we would get this resolved and get to a place where we could make payments before any.
And anyone here that desires more information, he gave you his contact, as well as your local USDA Service Center staffs. You may be able to communicate with them also. Next on our agenda is Mr. Warden Alexander with the Farm Service Agency, as well as Ms. Debbie Wakefield. Warden Alexander is a county executive director in Rockcastle County, and Ms. Debbie Wakefield is their district director from Springfield, Kentucky.
Okay, Ms. Wakefield and Mr. Alexander
Would you like to just speak to the crowd today, answer questions, and we can email your videos later on? Since we're pressed for some time, and I know there are a lot of other questions and robust discussion to be had, what would you like to do?
It's up to you, Warden, if you would like to. Warden was actually doing the presentation, and so he can go over a quick overview, if you would like for him to, on what needs to, if someone needs a farm number, what they need to do and what they need to have when they come in to our FSA offices. But my name is Debbie Wakefield, and I am now a district director with the Farm Service Agency. I've been with the agency for 28 years. And so I started with USDA in 1994 as a program technician in our local office here in Springfield, and became a manager in 96, and then went to our state office as an administrative officer for about 11 years, and now I'm back working with our county offices on the program side. Started back doing that in late 2020, 2021. And so I'm trying to get myself acclimated again with our programs because I did admin for so long. But I am the liaison between our state office and our local offices. And so I'll be more than glad to work with anyone that needs our assistance. I am headquartered here in Springfield, Kentucky, and I saw on the agenda, I do believe we have someone that is going to be doing a presentation from Springfield, Mr. Tyson Graves, I think sometimes during your conference. So he's a quite impressive young man. So I know he'll give a great presentation to you all. And so again, I will let Warden take over, but if you have any questions of us, like I said, I know you all are pressed for time. We'll be more than glad to, if we can't answer any questions here. If you all have some separate sessions, some smaller sessions where we can finally come and attend in person, we'll be more than glad to come and do that. So thank you for your time and thank you for your invite.
Greatly appreciate it. Thanks, Ms. Wakefield. Mr. Warden Alexander, how about you turn on your screen and we just have a conversation? I've got answer some quick questions with you because we do have Dr. Lucas and Dr. Bernard from real estate. Yes, sir.
Okay, yes, I was discussing the basics of reposition. Farm certifying. If anyone has any questions about that, feel free to ask. The video was about 9 minutes long, so I can briefly go over some of it if you like, or if it's just any question that I can answer.
Do we have any questions about getting started with a farm service number? Oh.
Got questions? I'm moving. Excuse me. Basically, I would like to say this then, if there's no question. When coming into the office or
Mr. Alexander, we do have one question in the room, sir.
Okay.
Two questions. Thank you.
Sometimes it's a local question, and the first thing that comes about is how many acres do they need to own to be considered?
That has changed. It used to be you have to have 10 acres, but now basically all you have to have is a high tunnel or two and like a half an acre, and we'll set you up with a farm serial number. Basically, what you do is you either call and set up an appointment when you do come into the office. Bring your well, if you don't know your social security number, make sure you have your ID, your social security number, proof of ownership, and we'll set you up for farm serial number. It'll it might take a little while, but
we're talking about 18,000 all across the country, and there were about 3,500 black farmers. I don't have the state breakdown in front of me, ma'am, but if you would email me, I will get you those numbers within the next few days.
Can we ask you why it took so long for the money to be dispersed? Because
I'm sorry, I didn't get.
It took over 100 days for the money to be dispersed before the lawsuit was put in. Why did it take so long? You said
yes, sir. That's a good question. Based on my experience at the FSA since then, that is record time to get anything out the door when Congress authorizes it. But there was a lot of discretion that was afforded to the secretary in that legislation. And in order to justify exercising that discretion to its utmost and going all the way up to the 120% payment, we had to build a record of our deliberative process and publish a notice of funding availability. I wish we could have done it faster, but I honestly don't know how we could have got there any quicker.
So are we holding Mr. Vilsack accountable, or, because I mean, seems like he's always in the way. He's getting a vote, but he ain't working for the black farmer like he said he was going to. I know there's a lot of black farmers asking for his resignation.
Mr. Vilsack has done everything he can to push this faster. Unfortunately, some of this activity that goes on when we put money out the door doesn't go on within the department under his purview of authority. There's a lot of input from the Office of Management and Budget, the Department of Justice in this case. So there were more pieces than Secretary Vilsack himself could control. And we had folks working 16 hours a day trying to get this money out the door.
Are there any other questions in the room? Mr. Thompson?
We'd like to thank Mr. Ducheneaux for his participation in this conference, and anyone here that desires more information, he gave you his contact as well as your local USDA service center staffs. You may be able to communicate with them also. Next on our agenda is Mr. Warden Alexander with the Farm Service Agency, as well as Ms. Debbie Wakefield. Warden Alexander is a county executive director in Rockcastle County, and Ms. Debbie Wakefield is their district director from Springfield, Kentucky.
Okay, Ms. Wakefield and Mr. Alexander, would you like to just speak to the crowd today, answer questions, and we can email your videos later on, since we're pressed for some time, and I know there are a lot of other questions and robust discussion to be had. What would you like to do?
It's up to you, Warden, if you would like to. Warden was actually doing the presentation, and so he can go over a quick overview, if you would like for him to, on if someone needs a farm number, what they need to do and what they need to have when they come in to our FSA offices. But my name is Debbie Wakefield, and I am now a district director with the Farm Service Agency. I've been with the agency for 28 years. And so I started with USDA in 1994 as a program technician in our local office here in Springfield, and became a manager in 96, and then went to our state office as an administrative officer for about 11 years, and now I'm back working with our county offices on the program side. Started back doing that in late 2020, 2021. And so I'm trying to get myself acclimated again with our programs because I did admin for so long. But I am the liaison between our state office and our local offices. And so I'll be more than glad to work with anyone that needs our assistance. I am headquartered here in Springfield, Kentucky, and I saw on the agenda, I do believe we have someone that is going to be doing a presentation from Springfield, Mr. Tyson Graves, I think sometimes during your conference. So he's a quite impressive young man. So I know he'll give a great presentation to you all. And so again, I will let Warden take over, but if you have any questions of us, but like I said, I know you all are pressed for time. We'll be more than glad to, if we can't answer any questions here. If you all have some separate sessions, some smaller sessions where we can finally come and attend in person, we'll be more than glad to come and do that as well. So thank you for your time and thank you for your invite.
Greatly appreciate it. Thanks, Ms. Wakefield. Mr. Warden Alexander, how about you turn on your screen and we just have a conversation? We can answer some quick questions with you because we do have Dr. Lucas and Dr. Bernard.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, yes, I was discussing the basics of auto reposition. Farm certifying, If anyone has any questions about that, feel free to ask. The video was about 9 minutes long, so I can briefly go over some of it if you like, or if it's just any questions that I can answer.
Do we have any questions about getting started with a farm service number? Oh.
Got questions? I'm moving. Excuse me.
Well, basically, I would like to say this then, if there's no question. When coming into the office or...
Mr. Alexander, we do have one question in the room, sir.
Okay,
Two questions, thank you.
Sometimes it's a local question, and the first thing that comes about is how many acres do they need to own to be considered?
That has changed. It used to be you have to have 10 acres, but now basically all you have to have is a high tunnel or two and like a half an acre, and we'll set you up with a farm serial number. Basically, what you do is you either call and set up an appointment when you do come into the office. Bring your well, if you don't know your social security number, make sure you have your ID, your social security number, proof of ownership, and we'll set you up for farm serial number. It'll it might take a little while, but sometimes it does, sometimes it don't. But yeah, the 10 acres, their rules has changed now.
All right, we have another question. Can you hear me? Thank you. We have another question.
Okay.
Turned on. Is it on? Can you hear me? Can't hear me. All right. We have two parts of question. We have somebody here that wants to ask a question, but I want to ask one really quick, and then we'll roll into hers. The question was asked how much land you have, and I have a lot of urban growers, city growers that are in the room that don't have a lot of acres, but they need farm service numbers, and they've been doing so. Do you have any information to share with the urban growers first, and then there's
I can barely hear you, but once again, as far as farm serial numbers, if you've got, like I said, if you've got half an acre or enough acreage to put a high tunnel or something like that, small high tunnel, a large high tunnel, or whatever, that's basically all you need, and a proof of like I said, social security number and the proof of ownership of the land. And basically what you would need to do, there's four forms that you need when you're going in to register for a farm serial number. Once you go in, it will be your FSA 578, which we refer to as your prop acreage report. You need a AD 1026, which the old, I used to call it sod buster, swamp buster, but now it's actually erodible land and wetland. You'll need a CCC 902, which is your farm operating plan. The farm operating plan states basically it's a plan of what you're farming and what you're going to do. And you need a CCC 941, which is your adjusted gross income statement. Basically, when you have those four forms on file with your deed and your farm serial number, once you're certified, you can almost participate in any USDA program, FSA, USDA program. Yeah.
Okay, we have so thank you for that. Two parts to follow up to that.
And I would like to say this before I forget. If any of the producers are having any problems or anything with the office, or they think they're not treating them right, or what the service is not that good, or maybe paperwork's coming missing or whatever, always remember to ask for a receipt for service.
Yes, sir.
That receipt for service will show everything that you've done that day, and or what you talked about, or should briefly touch on everything. What you was in that office for and everything. And you can walk out of there with one. It can be emailed to you.
Yes, thank you for saying that, because I try to tell my farmers every time y'all call, make sure you get that receipt. That is your receipt. So thank you for saying that. I was wanting to ask you if you could put those numbers of those forms in the chat. So we'll be sending post-conference information, everything that's going live. If you could throw that in there, I'll make sure that you all get that. Thompson.
Those actual numbers and everything are on the, and I will follow up with you afterwards. But those are on the fact sheets and the sheets that I sent you for presentations and by email. You should have them. But I mean, I can follow up on them if you need me to.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Mr. Thompson?
Our next presenter, Shayla Watson, is next, and she has a presentation via Zoom as well. And I'm proud of this young lady. I call her a young lady. She expresses this in her video, but she is a graduate of Kentucky State University. And she also was a USDA 1890 scholar at Kentucky State University and currently works for and has pursued her career with the
Hello, everyone. My name is Shayla Watson, and I'm the Program Manager for the Marketing Assistance Loan and Loan Deficiency Payment Program for the USDA Farm Service Agency. I'd like to first start off by mentioning that I'm a proud product of Kentucky. I'm a third-generation graduate of Kentucky State University, and I started my employment with the Farm Service Agency in the Commonwealth of Kentucky as a USDA 1890 National Scholar with the intern program. I'm very familiar with Kentucky agriculture. I may have even met some of you at previous conferences. Although I'm now a program manager in the national office in the price support division, I've conducted outreach in various capacities throughout my tenure with FSA. One commonality that I've experienced is that many people are familiar with our farm loan programs. However, not many people are familiar with the programs offered through the Deputy Administrator for Farm Programs area, in particular, those from the price support division. Today, I'm going to touch on two of the programs in which I manage, which are the Marketing Assistance Loan and Loan Deficiency Payment Program. I'm going to refer to these programs with their initials, MAL and LDP. Before I get started, I'd like to provide a few helpful links. I want to give you a little scenario. Have you ever walked into a restaurant and just sat down at the table, or maybe walked up to the counter and told your server, "Feed me, I'm hungry"? You probably get a weird kind of reaction out of that, or at the most, you might get a, "Well, what do you want?" Believe it or not, I've been on the receiving end of this feed me scenario as it relates to the USDA. There are so many programs, it's so easy to get overwhelmed with all the different paperwork and various deadlines. So what I suggest is that you start off by looking at the farmers.gov website, even if you are familiar with FSA programs. If you're not familiar with your local service center, please visit the office locator link, which will help you get the contact information for those offices. Then it's probably best to make an appointment, and you can do this over the phone. Once you get your foot in the door, you're going to notice that other opportunities are available to you because a lot of the programs share the same eligibility paperwork. I've also included the website for the Farm Service Agency, as well as our website for our price support division programs. It's within the Farm Service Agency website. So this will also give you more information about the programs that I'm going to discuss with you today. Here are a few definitions to help you throughout this presentation. MAL stands for Marketing Assistance Loans. LDP is the Loan Deficiency Payment. FSA is, of course, Farm Service Agency. And CCC is the Commodity Credit Corporation. So just to give you a brief description of what CCC stands for, is that CCC is the source of funding for many FSA programs. So when you get an MAL and you repay that MAL, you're not necessarily repaying FSA, but you're repaying CCC. In the interest of time, I'm going to give you a brief explanation of the MAL program. So let's just get started. What's the MAL? A MAL provides producers with interim financing at harvest time to meet cash flow needs without having to sell your commodity when prices are typically at harvest time lows, which allows producers to store production at harvest at harvest and facilitates a more orderly marketing of commodities throughout the year. So this loan program matures in 9 months and is based on the commodity and not your credit. If you grow the commodity, store it in an eligible structure, and meet certain criteria, you may be eligible for an MAL. We offer various repayment options to meet your needs when the loan matures. There are 2 main categories of MALs. They are non-recourse loans, which means you can give the commodity to CCC instead of repaying with cash. And then we also offer recourse loans, which are typically for low quality commodities. And these commodities, because they're low quality, cannot be delivered to CCC to satisfy the loan. Rates for this program are established at county, state, region, or national levels. We have various repayment options, and I mentioned that before. I can't get into all the different details, but I'll let you know right now, just give you a brief explanation. Principal plus interest means it's typical for many loans. If you have a mortgage, if you have a car loan, or any kind of installment loan, you're going to repay it principal plus interest. What makes MALs unique is that we also have several other repayment types: market gain, commodity certificate exchange, settlements, and forfeitures. And though we don't like to look at negative things, we also have options if you violate your loan. There may be other fees associated with that. But what's best to do is, if you see yourself in any kind of trouble with MAL program or any program at all offered by a farm service agency, reach out to your local service center for any option that may help you. So what's a loan deficiency payment? Instead of securing a loan, a producer can elect to receive an LDP. And I'm going to explain exactly what that is in a minute. But an LDP is a benefit that does not have to be repaid. So an example to describe what an MAL and what a market gain or what LDP is, let's look at this example for 1 bushel of corn, $1 for $1. The quarters represent the loan rate, which is $1 per bushel. And this is representative for one county. So we'll say Franklin County, Kentucky. For a corn loan, it'll be $1 a bushel. Before maturity, if the market price drops, it is no longer feasible to receive $1 per bushel of corn. Through our economist, FSA displays alternative repayment rates, also known as posted county prices. These posted county prices are announced at various times. Some commodities, such as corn, have daily repayment rates. Others are weekly, and some are announced monthly. Before maturity, you receive the loan at $1 a bushel. However, when it's time to make that repayment, the posted county price is now 75 cents per bushel. A producer can reasonably sell that corn at 75 cents on the market. So what happens with this 25-cent difference? If the producer is eligible, the producer can receive a market gain, meaning that we only ask them to repay at 75 cents per bushel. We waive the additional interest and that 25 cents so that the producer can't cover because you can't sell it at that price, at the higher price. So essentially that 25 cents stays in a producer's pocket. In lieu of receiving a loan, a producer can take out an LDP in which the producer chooses just to collect that 25 cents without taking out the loan. So basically there's cash in hand for your commodity. Here's a list of all of our eligible commodities. I'm responsible for wheat, feed grains, oilseeds, post crops, basically everything except peanuts and cotton. So you see our list is extensive. We offer loans for wool and honey as well. And right now we actually have an LDP for ungraded wool. So it's very important that if you're interested or you grow these commodities, please visit your local county office. So in short, if you're interested in any more information about the MAL program or to learn about the LDP programs, please visit your local service center for additional information. Thank you for your time.
At this particular time, we're going to present to you via panel discussion Shawn Lucas. He is the associate professor at Kentucky State University. He's also a certified crop advisor, and he is the organic specialist.
I'm going to keep the technology low here today. It saves some trouble. I run the organic ag program at Kentucky State University. And I'd like to thank Tiffany and Ashley for the opportunity just to talk to you all a little bit about what I do at Kentucky State. I'm not going to take up too much time because I know we're on the schedule. We are the 1890 land grant in the state of Kentucky, and it is our mission to serve underserved and underrepresented farmers. And I think that organic agriculture can play a role in it. And I'm going to get into that in a second. But before I do, I need to mention Joni Nelson would really be mad at me. She is our specialist on grants at Kentucky State. I need to mention our small farm grant program at Kentucky State University. This is a grant program for producers where you can apply for grants up to $5,000. These are funds that are specifically intended to help you get over hurdles that you have identified on your farm. And so we have a couple different lines of grant opportunities: organic agriculture, aquaculture, grants for people growing for food insecure marketplaces, farmer education, and value added grants. So if you're producing something like jams, jelly, I don't know, bourbon, that's a value added product too, I think, right? So up to $5,000, and I can give you information on that at our table after this conversation. But what I'd like to get into today is organic agriculture. And you know, we know some things. We know farming is hard. Y'all know better than I do. You know, I shook Mr. Ballou's hand earlier, and he doesn't sit behind a desk as much as I do. I can tell that he knows farming is hard better than I do. It's not sustainable if you are not making a profit. And we know that black farmers are losing their land at a faster pace than everybody else involved in farming. So where does organic fit in? Well, organic, you can get about 25 to 35% higher profits on your product if you are selling organic products. People are hesitant, I think, to get into organic because there's paperwork, right? And there's fees. And so learning that landscape, I think, is part of some of the barriers that are keeping underserved and under-resourced producers from getting involved in organic. There are about 35,000 certified organic farms in the United States, and less than 120 of those are owned by black producers. In Kentucky, we have somewhere around 220 certified organic farms. And as of now, I'm not aware of any certified organic farms that are black owned. But I know at least one application has gone in recently. We're hoping that that gets pushed through and that farm gets certified. Dr. Bernard and I, you know, are trying to figure out why black farmers, minority farmers, are participating in organic agriculture less than other demographic groups. And so we have put together a project that's been funded by a specialty crop block grant. It's in collaboration with the Organic Association of Kentucky, with the Kentucky Department of Agriculture, and the International Organic Inspectors Association. And we are working on putting together focus groups. I'd love to talk to you about getting involved in a focus group if you are interested in organic agriculture. This is a marketing tool. You put that logo on your product, and that allows you to sell that product at a higher price, as long as you are following the organic rules, right? And so we're here to help you learn what the organic rules are at Kentucky State. I am our organic agriculture specialist. We want to understand what are the barriers. What is keeping minority and black farmers from participating in organic? Is it the record keeping? Is it lack of information? And so between our focus groups, we're going to put together focus groups. We're going to try to get some good ideas together to put together a bigger survey, and we would like to survey our stakeholders, our Black and minority farmers who are interested in participating in organic, so that we may better serve you. Low tech, right? Better serve y'all to get involved in organic if you are interested. Come talk to me and Ashley Winton, who is at our table here, and we would love to talk to you more about organic and connect with you on it, and maybe get you information if you're interested in participating in our focus groups. And before I sit down, I'd also like to say that if you are interested in organic, OAK, the Organic Association of Kentucky, is a great partner with KSU. They are here, and they've got a table where they have about 100 books put together by SARE, Sustainable Agriculture, Research and Education, all about organic education. These books, I have one sitting on my desk at KSU, and I have a second one in my home office because it's just such a good reference. So if you are interested in organic, talk to Brooke at the Oak table, and she'll hand you one of those books for free, right, Brooke? Yeah, okay. So I'm gonna sit down. Dr. Bernard might want to make a few comments here. Come talk to me after if you're interested in organic, and thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Dr. Lucas. Dr. Bernard, we are short on time. If you just give some remarks, we talk about you so much that people need to know who you are. And I just want to say real quick, from the Kentucky Black Farmers Needs Assessment, if you all took it, I just want to let you all know that at least 80% of you all are doing organic practices on your farm. Brand yourself. Okay? That's it. All right. Dr. Bernard.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. It's great to be here. Thank you, Tiffany and Ashley. Dr. Lucas, for being a part of this program. And the 15-minute sermon that I had laid out, I guess I have to kind of cut that down. But real quick, I just want to say that with this organic grant, we're really interested in growing capacity. Sometimes with marketability, as you know, you just gotta stretch your capacity just a little bit. We're not asking anyone or looking for anyone to go out and get their whole farm certified organic, but we want to understand why you haven't participated or how we can open up that pathway for participation that leads to some additional markets. So we're thinking about this in a long-term sense. So as Dr. Lucas said, any questions, anything we can do to help or aid in that process, we really want to do. So I'll just cut it there. To tell you, I'm at Kentucky State University on campus in the Ag Business and Ag Economics area, Cooperative Extension Building, Office 221. So thank you very much.
20 seconds. Get this thing. Get on the stage. Now, if there's anybody that doesn't want to climb them stairs, get you right down here at the bottom, all right? All my wonderful, beautiful people on wheels, anybody that has a walker, anybody that has a crutch in the front, my elders, if you don't want to do the steps, sit in the front. Come on, come on, come on. I'm going to get in the hallway. Make sure everybody's in this picture. Just want to say we took a picture last year. Last year we took a picture and it has clearly been posted across the United States, everybody. So this picture is history, all right? Let's get excited. Woo! Everybody from outside, come on in. Take one. All right. FFA, you guys get up there too. FFA, get up there too. You guys are future farmers. Get up there.
After the photo session, there breakdown for choices for hemp and ag marketing programs. But is there anything you wanted to talk about? So, there's only a few of us here. What would you all like to talk about? I'm sorry, let's try my volume turned down.
We not.
But we're
not utilizing it.
So it's different for Kanika and ag marketing programs. So we can talk about marketing. If you all want to talk about marketing, but okay. Tell me, what do you all think about? What do you see as strengths and opportunities in marketing?
She's just trying to keep the conversation
Well, I'm newly look at this, y'all. I might cry. Okay.
All right, we almost got everybody.
Encouraged. I can feel
I just want to say that this is the most beautiful thing that I've seen in a long time, okay?
Yeah. And I know you need questions after that.
Me?
Like that. Or is what you need to offer, or want to know you have to offer more. There's not like Okay.
On it.
What made you decide to go that direction?
Yeah, I'm scrolling.
If there's a larger platform that allows you Anything else in the chat here? Either registered at Kentucky Proud or thinking about it?
Are y'all ready? 1, 2, 3. Give me one more second.
So they just kind of announced it, Latrice, looking for that they have their grants open for this year, which is a promotional grant where you can get, as a cost share, you can get part of your Proud symbol on that. So
and now everybody go woo on 3. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Perfect. I'm just going.
Something that you like.
Everybody give yourself a round of applause, can we?
Oh, perfect.
Hey, did everybody enjoy lunch? Yes. I know we were talking originally, but Ashley let you all know that a lot of the products that you ate were from the farmers in the room, and that will always be a thing at our conferences, all right? Give them a hand. Yes, yes. So glad everybody enjoyed everything. So, if we could get our conversations down to a low roar. Conversations down to a low roar. Thank you. All right, so before we start with the panel, I want to introduce to you all the Edith J. Hase Middle School All-Girls FFA. Farmers of America, we had those great young men come early this morning. Now we have these wonderful young ladies to come up, and like I said before, this is our future, okay? So we need to continue to support them. So I thank you, we thank you, and thank you for everything that you all have done. And going to the next session, we won't. Going to the next session, Ashley is going to be introducing our panel and our. Thank you.
I'm so sorry, I just took a bite. Well, we are so excited to welcome to the stage some agricultural living legends. We'll hear from them in depth, Mr. Jim Embry and Dr. Nancy Dawson. So, as we look to them for their sage wisdom and experience, together we will explore their path and journey here locally and globally in the development of farmer-owned, community-serving cooperative models. I'm going to turn it over to our dynamic, fabulous panel moderator. Let's give it up to the beautiful Martina Barksdale. You probably see Martina on screen. We live here in Lexington on WKYT, Everyday Kentucky. But today we're also going to highlight a special partnership that Black Soil has here in the community. If you've ever heard of Soul Feast Week, there on stage, standing at the podium, is the person who founded the 10-day Black food and drink festival. So I'm going to let you speak a little bit about Soul Feast Week, Martina, as I pull your slide up.
Well, thank you so much for that amazing introduction, Ashley. Hi, everyone. How was the food? The food was fire, right? I knew it was cultivated by amazing Black farmers because everybody was amazing. And I thank Ashley, I thank CFA and Black Soil for allowing me to moderate a panel today and allowing me in 2 minutes to kind of do a shameless plug of what I have going on. So I am one of the co-founders of Soul Feast Week. It is a 10-day celebration of Black culinary and agriculture in the month of June. We'll have our second year this year, so it'll be from June 17th through the 26th. We'll have a Juneteenth celebration in downtown Lexington on June 18th called Soulteenth. We'll also have a Soul Tour exhibition at the downtown public library. We'll have an exhibit going on throughout the week that follows Black culinary and agriculture from past to present, featuring different rooms and experiences and tasted, highlighting not only Black farmers in the state, but also Black chefs. And then we'll also have a few events throughout the week at our Black-owned restaurants, as well as a Black Restaurant Week, where each restaurant will feature an off-menu entree item for $10. I appreciate the partnering with Black Soil because a lot of people think about food on the plate, but you all really are the makers to make it happen. And so we always want to highlight Black agriculture wherever we can. Also, you can find me 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. every day, Monday through Friday, on WKYT Everyday Kentucky. Tune in, I need those ratings. And we have the QR code, so if you would like more information about Soul Feast, just use the QR code, hold your phone up there, it'll take you to the website. And then also, if you all can do me a favor, follow us at Soul Feast Week. If you follow us or like us on Facebook, I am giving away 2 tickets to a Soul Feast Week event of your choosing during the week of June 17th through 26th. And I will be checking to make sure you like and follow us at Soul Feast Week. But without further ado, let's jump into what we're really here for. I'm so grateful to be blessed and on this stage with some agriculture icons. One happens to be my uncle. But we'll just get started right into the questions. After I have a few questions, we'll come out to you, the audience. I really want you all to take advantage of this opportunity to learn more about cooperatives and how they benefit us. So, Dr. Dawson, Nancy Dawson, you are truly an agriculture icon. You have worked in Kansas City, Kansas, Kentucky, Georgia. I know you as a mover and shaker out of Russellville. And, Mrs. Maddie Mack, the founder of Kentucky Minority Farmers Association, really has highlighted you. And we want to know what inspired your path and got you getting involved in cooperatives.
Can you hear me? They said when I came out, they didn't have to spank me. I was just screaming. Well, anyway, good afternoon, everyone. And thank you so much for coming in. Thanks to all of our great sponsors and all the young people who are hosting this conference today. That's very, very important. Now, many of you see me running around with this. That's because I had a stroke recently. Now, why is that important? Because my mind could have been scrambled. Thank God it wasn't. And so it's important for me to come today to talk to you because it's many elders running around the community with stuff in their heads and the young people are not getting it out. You know, I've been listening to what's going on today and a lot of things. Before I was a farmer, I was an African-American studies professor. And when I was African-American studies professor, unfortunately, we didn't talk about farming. And I don't know why. Because the backbone of the African experience in this country, we were brought here because of farming. Dr. Malana Karenga talks about we were objects to be sold, objects to be rented, producers of cash crops, meaning tobacco, cotton, hemp. That's why we're brought here. If you wanted somebody to grow rice, you went to the Carolinas because they were already, they went to parts of Africa and brought them there because they already knew how to do it. So the African experience in this country is around farming. And for some reason or other, it just skipped. We don't get it. And the reason why I'm talking about it, because there's a disconnect. There's a disconnect between the generations. Like they was talking about heirs property today. Well, the reason why that happened is because Big Mama and Big Daddy always wanted somewhere for you to stay. So that's the reason why they set that property up for the generations to have it. Now, yes, it was some confusion and all that, but we need to know what happened. What is our story, our cultural legacy, and what it's about. And that's something that's missing, something that needs to be told. And many of you are afraid to talk about the topic because there are white people in the audience. I'm not. And I'm not, because it is American history. It's white people's history too. So never be afraid or never be ashamed to talk about your story. Because now we have people who are, it's not about civil rights. It's about people fighting to talk about the narrative. Because people are telling us now, not even to tell our stories. My father was born February 16th, not my grandfather, hear me. My father was born February 16th, 1921. How old would he be? 100 and something. Yes, over 100. My father lived in the house with his grandmother, who was what? A slave. She died in 1939. So is it that long ago? No. So many of these issues has to do with that slave experience. And I know that a lot of young people in here, a lot of y'all young don't want to talk about slavery. That's old. Like I was like that when I was a kid. People were talking about, you know, you had to walk 12,000 miles in the snow to get to school. I didn't want to talk about it. And I was like, what's wrong with it? But you have to know your past in order to get to the future. Never let anybody tell you anything different. And I'm gonna talk a little bit more about the co-ops. I've done a lot of different things in my life. I was a university professor. I do movies. I do music. I do a lot of different things. I have a lot in my head. Like I said, it could have been scrambled. So it's here, and I'm here to share some of this information. And I'll let you go ahead, Brother Embry, and then we'll talk some specific questions about the co-op.
Yeah, I forgot I was moderating. I was so intrigued with what you were saying, because
it is really important to know your past and to acknowledge it. And we appreciate you putting the foundation for that, because we got to know where we're going to go. And with you, Uncle Embry, I know you're a civil rights activist in yourself. You've told me a lot of stories, actually made me a little bit more radical, and I appreciate that. But I want you to touch on that in your process. Take us back 50 years ago when you were 20 something and really dive into why you founded the Good Foods Co-op.
Go down, Moses, way down in Egypt land, and tell old Pharaoh to let my people go. The Underground Railroad was a cooperative movement designed to let our people go. The movement was led by Harriet Tubman, known as the Moses of her people. The Iroquois Confederacy, known as the Haudenosaunee, people of the Longhouse, had a cooperative structure of 5 indigenous tribes that had 3 branches of government. That our government was modeled upon. Cooperation is an essential aspect of how our earth manifests her beautiful self. So people ask me about cooperation. So as farmers and gardeners, we put seeds in the ground, and because of the cooperation of Father, Son, Mother, Moon, the air, the water, the soil with fungi and worms, those seeds germinate, plants grow, fruit and seeds are manifest. So it is humans who must learn again how to cooperate. We pollute the air, poison the water, impoverish the soil, cause species to be extinct, and impact the climate. So this panel, this conference, is about us reclaiming our full humanity, not simply about a farm co-op or a food co-op. Now, but my niece asked me to talk about Good Foods Co-op. And I love talking about Good Foods Co-op. As she said, I was a founding member 50 years ago. The things we talk about now, local food, organic food, healthy food, we recognized that 50 years ago. Now, if you haven't been by the co-op while you're here, or when you come back in the future, please stop by Good Foods Co-op. We're on Southland Drive. We do about $12 billion a year in sales. we purchase from about 300 different local producers. Some of y'all might want to put something up in there. I don't know. But if I can, just for a few moments, since this is the Black Farmers Conference, I don't want to dwell a lot on Good Foods Co-op. I will address it in some of the other questions. But what I would like to do is ground us in this African-American ethos about the co-op movement in America. This is an image of an actual flyer from the first annual Colored Agricultural Mechanical Fair in Nashville, Tennessee. 1872. Now, the next year, our beloved Frederick Douglass spoke there. I have his speech right here. It's 15 pages. However, in Lexington, Kentucky, as these flyers show, right here in Lexington, we formed, again, the Colored Agricultural Mechanical Fair in 1869. This flyer shows the 38th year. If you go with math, from 1907, 1869. Here's how our folks looked. Young people, parents, children, farmers, teachers, business people, going to these fabulous events. Now, with the success of the agricultural fairs, Black folk went further in '86 to form this Colored Farmers National Alliance and Cooperative Union. We're talking about cooperatives, right? But we didn't just have Black farmer cooperatives. We had grocery cooperatives. And we had cooperatives in every business sector: schools, housing, credit union, church associations, benevolent societies, and so forth. Again, these were a national phenomenon, but right here in Lexington. So if you're talking about the idea of cooperatives, I maintain, as Sister Dawson said, we need to be grounded in this history. Now, in 1907, our beloved W.B. Du Bois wrote a study about economic cooperation among Negro Americans. And here recently, we've got two wonderful books that ought to be on our bookshelves. One is Collective Courage by Jessica Nemhard. Next one is Freedom Farmers by Monica White. And I think my dear cousin Tiffany mentioned you all in email, Farming While Black. Again, it ought to be in everyone's library. The young folks ought to be getting this as a high school graduation present. Talking about cooperatives. Now, I'm getting close to this little history of Kentucky and cooperatives. Let me go back one. This is an image of myself and Tiffany and her mom and other cousins here of our great-grandparents who were all enslaved. They were 4, 6, and 10 when the Civil War ended. Eventually, they all became small farm owners right there, Brothers Ballew's in Madison County, where we're at now. Harriet was the midwife and herbal healer, seed keeper. Her brother was a small farmer, the butcher, blacksmith, school teacher. The sister, see how she's dressed, was the well-known seamstress. That's my great-grandfather, D.B. Ballew. He's next to Henry Allen Lane. They both went to Berea College. They both became small farmers, and they both taught school. They were good friends. But they were also leaders in what was called the Colored Chautauqua movement. It was a national movement, but one of the biggest Chautauqua events was held right there, brothers, in Richmond on Big Hill Avenue. That event attracted 1,500 people who came from Richmond, Lexington, Cincinnati, Louisville, probably even Dayton and Detroit. But this event was organized again by the Black Farmer Cooperative, the Black Teacher Association, the Black Business League, folks like that, cooperatives. This is an actual handbill from one of those Chautauqua events, listing, the agendas for the day and so forth. This is another handbill of the one that took place in 1919. This has two reasons why I mention it. One is because the people who came to Richmond, Kentucky were the likes of W.E.B. Du Bois and George Washington Carver. Many of those who are in the room now who are from Kentucky, your grandmamas and your grandpapas were there at this event, more than likely. Another reason for drawing the attention to 1919 and this role of cooperatives, again, these are the main speakers, Carver and Du Bois. Another reason for mentioning this 1919 is because 1919 is regarded as a red summer. That's when white vigilantes, white supremacists went around the country, burning, killing, lynching in 40 different cities. There's record showing that it was cooperatives and all the various strata of cooperatives that helped folk rebuild, recover, and heal from this trauma. Now, this is the book about it, Red Summer here. Now, I maintain, what happened, I mentioned, our folk had a Chautauqua the same year. The question ought to be, young folks, but how did you all not be impacted by this violence when 1,500 Black folk showed up? Because of the work of these cooperatives. They did things to help protect themselves. They wrote things in the paper every month about what they were doing. We're bringing in Carver and Du Bois. So cooperatives have played an essential role. For African Americans, co-ops are a structure of various sorts. It's an attitude and a way of life that we've gotten away from recently. In closing, this is a title, Ancestral Vibrations Guide Our Connections to the Land. Is the title of an essay that I wrote in this book here, We Are Each Other's Harvest. This essay, in a much longer fashion, describes this history I'm talking about. All the various forms of co-ops right here in Kentucky, how co-ops protected people, developed learning workshops like we're having here. So when we come here, love y'all so much. With a few hundred people, understand that we were doing it years ago and attracting 1,500 people. That's what co-ops have been doing in Kentucky. And I maintain we need to learn and understand and lift up this history. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Uncle Embry, for really stressing the importance of co-ops and why that we had a history before that what we're doing isn't new, but we're continuing to grow the legacy. And my question is to you, Dr. Dawson. Why are co-ops important to you, and what are some ways in your work that you've utilized the importance of them?
Well, first of all, can you hear me? What is a co-op? You do understand that. I don't think a lot of times you got to tell it. Okay. You probably can hear me anyway.
Test.
1, 2, 3.
Okay, you can just leave your.
Can you hear me? You know, what is a co-op? Do you know what a co-op is, first of all? And I think a lot of times African Americans don't truly nowadays understand. A co-op is a members. You ever heard of Kwanzaa? Any of you ever heard of Kwanzaa? Raise your hand if you have. Okay, what's the fourth principle of Kwanzaa? Fourth principle. Cooperative economics. Umoja. Cooperative economics. Pooling your resources. That's what we're talking about here. Now, you learn a lot about what the USDA and all these other organizations can do. But all those people, when he was talking about, you know how they farmed? How they got it together? They put their own money out. You have to be willing to put your own investment in things. And I find today that a lot of people don't want to do that. It's good to get grants and it's good to get loans, but you need to be willing. How many people are attending this conference, Ashley? How many? 100 what? All right, let's say if 100 people put down $100 twice a year, $200 a year. How much is that? Come on, think about it. If it's 10 people and they put 100, you got 1,000. You got 100, how much you got? Yes. Look at how much money, what you can do with that. Just this group. See, that's what co-ops do. They bring together their resources. Now, it's some members of Ag First. We have a co-op called Ag First Community Co-op of Kentucky. It's one in Georgia, and I was in the Georgia one, and I'm in the Kentucky. If some of you are here, can you stand or raise your hand? Some of them are here. Okay, we went to Chicago recently to talk about markets. We do different things. And K-State has helped us a lot. Black Soil has helped us. We've had other groups help us in putting this stuff together. But you gotta be willing to pool your resources. And people got mad at me because I said, if you're not willing to pay your fee, get out. That's important because if you believe in something, you have to be willing to invest. So if you got all of these 100 people that showed up today, just to give $200 a year, imagine what you can do. Now, as a co-op, I don't know if they put that on the screen, our bylaws, you know, there are different kind of co-ops. There are co-ops like dairy co-ops, and you've heard a lot about the dairy co-ops recently. There are, when I was in Georgia, there was peanut co-ops. But we are a co-op of African-American farmers with many different needs. Because if you're a small farmer in Kentucky, I can tell you right now, you need workers. You're gonna need resources like equipment. So I have an urban farmer. I have no reason to have a $25,000 tractor, but I can borrow yours. And so we got a co-op. I can borrow your tractor. You can borrow, and then you can borrow her tractor again. So we have to put our resources together. So that's one of the things that co-ops do. And it makes sense for us to come together in this little bitty state. Because I'm gonna tell you right now, when it comes to competing for federal grants, Kentucky's small. Now, a lot of things you do up here in Lexington and Louisville, but you got Western Kentucky too. And they look and see, why aren't you guys working together? You talking about 4 or 5 hours between us. Why aren't we working together? That's what co-ops do. And those people, when you were talking about a long time ago, they pull their resources. How do you think these former slaves built churches? They took pennies and nickels and dimes and built great empires. We have to go back to that thinking.
It's okay, like I said, USDA and all of them are fine, but first, we got to put our own resources together. That's what we have to do. So when I think of co-ops, this question you asked me, that's what I think. And I want the people in here today to think about how do we in Kentucky pull it together? We got to use our own resources, people. If you're not willing to put $200 down, how you what? You can spend $200 at Red Lobster, but you can't come together. When your former ancestors did, they put, and I know many of the big churches, they put pennies, nickels, and dimes. HBCUs. People like, what's her name? She was one too, but Bethune-Cookman. Oh yeah. She put down pennies to get that school together.
Yeah.
What's wrong with us now? Because we're focusing somewhere else. Like I heard them talk today about, like I said, this whole concept of these generational, how to take a loan to save grandma's pocket. Well, we need to come together. And I think the reason why it's not successful because we don't know the whole story. We have forgotten it. Historic memory is crucial. We have to remember how we got it together. How can former slaves do this? And now we have way more money and we can't. We had, 1,800 people in me, but now we can't. What's wrong? Because somewhere we have forgotten the vision. So cooperatives are so crucial because it's just cooperative economics, bringing your resources together. In this room alone, there's money, there's equipment, and it may be that you are something you have in your head that may help the group. It may not you have no money, but you have other resources. You got to pool your resources. That's what co-ops do. And it's important now more than ever for this to happen. So hopefully after this meeting, you will get people to do this.
Thank you for that, Dr. Dawson. I don't know about y'all, when Dr. Dawson had me do math in my head, there's a reason why I'm in communications, but I love how important it is to come together. And a good saying that I think it's, you go fast when you're alone, but together we can go far. And Uncle Embry, what are some examples in your work that have emphasized the importance of cooperatives?
Part of my first comments, I was trying to give an understanding that when I helped found Good Foods Co-op in '72, I came from a long tradition of family culture committed to and using cooperatives in a wide variety of ways. Again, I mentioned that in our culture years ago, it was a way of living and it was a necessity. It was a necessity to collaborate, cooperate, work together. Even before I helped found Good Foods, in '68, I joined the UK Credit Union. Still a member. I'm always looking for cooperative enterprises to be part of and help support. Now, here's kind of what happened in the period after the Russian Revolution, the Chinese Revolution. Parts of our society, the dominant culture, began to equate cooperatives with communism, socialism, even though we were doing it long before the Russian Revolution. But they understood because there was this national movement I described and all kinds of forms of cooperatives that were challenging the corporate sector. And all kinds of things happened to convince us folk that we shouldn't be a part of co-ops. They shouldn't be a part of our life. We shouldn't look for them. Southern states, if you don't know, if you purchase farm products, you might go there. They are a cooperative, as is REI and many other enterprises as well. Now, speaking of cooperatives, I was a co-writer for this publication here back in 2008, Sustainable World Sourcebook. And I wrote in there the passages about cooperatives and what's called the solidarity economy movement. You can look at that for more reading. I wrote the lead article in this journal about transforming food and agriculture, with co-ops being at the core of how do we transform food and ag. Now, here's a good reason to study this intersect between sustainability and farming. Carver and Henry Ford were good friends, worked together to build the automobile almost completely from products grown by US farmers. That was their green vision. The biofuel, the rubber, even the hood of the cars. That was their vision. This should also be in your library, which will then help us understand how not only the livelihood of Black farmers is wrapped around this notion of cooperative movement, it's all US farmers and all global people. The future for humanity is about how well do we embrace, understand, work on, manifest, create cooperatives. Because again, that's how the earth operates. It means we're getting in synchrony with the earth systems.
Right. Well, how are we doing on time, Ashley, before we get to the Q&A? We're good? All right. I just want to, before we get into our last question, and then come out to the audience for you two, I think there's been an ongoing theme about how important cooperatives are. But my question to Dr. Dawson and to my Uncle Embry is, what is your call to action? What advice or guidance do you have for people that want to create a co-op or join a co-op?
Well, first of all, there are co-ops. We have a co-op. Did you show the bylaws? I don't know if you showed it.
We showed that.
Yeah, we have a co-op. You can join it. You can create your own. I think there's a few other ones, and you got to keep your co-op up to date. You know, keep the business going. It's a business. Farming is a business, and you got to make sure you do what you're supposed to do. And many times people just forget and just go off and do other things, and they don't keep all the paperwork together. So that has to be done. But I think that one of the most important things I want to say today is that something that co-ops can do is that co-ops can make a difference. We have a climate crisis. And as a farmer, I know in some of the months is one, like it may be 70 degrees today, but tomorrow it may be 20. It may be 10, because we're in a global crisis when it comes to climate. And a lot of the corporations don't want to talk about it. Now, if you are a co-op, you can make a difference. And you can make different decisions because the people are running the organization, not corporations. And I think that that's important. A lot of the food is controlled by large scale corporations, and that's a problem. Cooperatives give the people power. And so that's important. You are the people, and you need to be empowered, and you need to take control of things. And that's not happening. And so that's one of the things that I would advise. I'm not going to go on and on because I really like dialogue and discussion. So I want you to ask me questions. And I hope that you ask questions, because sparking your mind to think, when you leave this event, what are you going to do? I grew up in a Black studies world where we talked a lot about all this. We talked about Afrocentricity. People talking about critical race theory. We were talking about something else. At the end of the day, it's the same thing. But it's a lot of times we can get caught up in a lot of this philosophical things and not in practical things. It's like I talked about Pan-Africanism. You know what that is, right? Well, what is practical Pan-Africanism? How do we work with, because you can do co-ops with other countries, other African, look, we are one of the richest group of African people in the world. So why not work with some of the other people in the Caribbean, people in Africa? Why not work with them? There are so many things. So I think to sum this up, it's action. We need to do something. When you leave here, what are you going to do that's different? We know the same thing. The racism was there before, and yes, it's still there now. Yes, you can walk into one of these offices and they'll look at you like you crazy. I have had it. That's true. And so if we don't mention that, so, you know, part of it is you have to realize the reality of racism and how it impacts us. That hasn't changed. That is there. Like I said, it's just it's some new ways of dealing with it. When I hear critical race theory, it's funny. But nobody is going to tell me not to talk about my great-grandfather or my great-grandmother. Nobody, ever. And it's insulting. And these people, when they got out of slavery, they started to farm and all because they wanted to find a way to make an economic means for their families. And they owned this land so that it could be passed down. They understood land is power. We have forgotten that. So we have to, so there is so much, land is power. If you got 300 acres of land, 1,000 acres, you got some power. So you need to get you a little piece of land, hold on to it and pay the taxes. Because the system is designed to take it. And big corporations, like I said, I mentioned that in another group. This food is money in food production. We all eat all over the world. So when people tell me there's no money in farming, yes, it's money. You just gotta know how to get it. And that's the problem. We don't know how to get it. We forgot. Because we're so busy entwined into being a part of the system. It messes your mind up. Since, you know, it's a man by the name Akbar, he talks about psychological slavery. And we have a lot of that, where our minds are twisted. We just, you know, and those people who are out there on that farm doing what they doing, keeping that little land, you know, they got something to pass on. Land is power, baby. Get you some land, get you some power.
Same question for you, Uncle Embry. What advice, what call to action do you have?
Yes. Now, I hope you've been feeling me and how much I love cooperatives in every way, collaborating with all kinds of folk. It's been one of my lifelong senses of purpose. I'm going to share a few things, but I invite everybody here to get a piece of it. Just a year ago, we formed this new seed initiative, Ujamaa Seed Cooperative, that provides what we call culturally meaningful seeds. And it means for us, seeds of the African diaspora in particular. New York Times did an article back in January and featured us. We're doing thousands of dollars a week in sales, headquartered up in Maryland. But we need growers because we all should be gardeners, farmers, eaters, and seed savers. I'm saying once again, we all need to be seed savers. We've experienced already the cars can't get chips. Okay? We got to build in resilience within what we talked about, this climate crisis, this global economic crisis. But again, we need growers that can grow various things for our cooperative. And we're networks with all kind of folks who are other seed companies like Southern Seed Exposure or in Virginia. They're all friends of ours. Join us. Schools, you all could save seeds. Carter G. Woodson, where y'all at? Y'all in the house still? Okay. I was on a panel several years ago at Slow Food Nations talking about the radical shift of cooperatives. And at that presentation, I was working primarily from what's called the Moderator model of co-ops out of Spain, which is worker-controlled co-ops. I spent 5 years in Detroit. I was on the board of the co-op up there and have had a small hand in this new development of the People's Co-op in Detroit. So there's an idea. Back years ago when we formed Good Foods, there were about 300 co-ops forming around the country. There were 4 in Kentucky. So let's go back home to wherever we are and try to form co-ops. I helped as an elder of trying to maintain and stabilize the worker co-op at Wild Fig Bookstore. And when I was in Detroit, I met a guy named Chokwe Lumumba. I think Tina worked for a while in Jackson, Mississippi. I was in Jackson in 2014 at what's called Jackson Rising. As an example, so Chokwe Lumumba was the mayor of Jackson. His son is now. And they developed a vision of their economy based upon co-ops called Jackson Rising. So why aren't we working with our city governments, county governments, saying, mayor, judge executive, what's the role of co-ops? Where's the funding for things like this? I mentioned the Moderator co-ops. Oh, real quickly. I've done some work in Cincinnati. There's a whole vision up there called Co-op Cincy, and they're working in every business sector in Cincinnati to create co-ops. And of course, we should all know about the Federation of Southern Cooperatives in the South. Read their history, find ways to support their work. Again, everybody can play a role. Everyone can find an entry point to support, help build, and further manifest cooperatives.
All right, thank you. Well, I guess we'll open it up to our Q&A. Ashley and I believe Tiffany will be walking around. Does anybody have any questions for right behind? Okay. Okay.
Test, test. All right, we've got our first question here.
Hello, my question is for Dr. Dawson. You were speaking earlier on about how important land was and to get you some land. And I read somewhere that said, of course, we all know that some of our Black women that were slaves were raped by the slave master and they had children by them. I read somewhere that if you could trace back your ancestry and see exactly where your bloodline come from as far as the plantation or whatever, that you were entitled to some of that land that they have taken from us. Is there any truth to that?
Can you hear me? That's a good question. There are some modern reparation movements to try to address that. We know a lot of well-known cases like the case of Sally Heming. You know about the Hemings, right? That's Thomas Jefferson's woman. And, the mother was Betty Hemings, and, Sally was her relative. Sally was her half-sister. So there are, and some of these more popular families have tried to do some of this. But I think we have to do more in terms of pushing for reparations. I think this recent thing with the Farm Service Agency was really a form of reparations to try to give forgive some loans from some Black people. That has to happen. But a lot of African Americans don't think they deserve reparations. I do. And I think we need to push for that. So it's something we still need to do. There's a lot of work that needs to be done among groups to try to straighten out this stuff with African Americans. And unless we push for it, it's not going to happen. So yes, I've heard about some of those cases, but like I said, it's difficult because in like a lot of these in Kentucky, a lot of these little small counties, y'all got the same names as the white families. Why? Because they either owned you or you're related to them, or both. And I'm telling the truth. It's a lot of them in Kentucky because it's such a small place, you can trace it. Because you go down the street, you got this group. Up the street is that group. And they kind of look alike sometimes. But we have to address it. I don't say we're not, but if we don't organize, these co-ops are about organization. We have to organize to get things. We have never gotten anything in this country without organizing. We haven't got the right to vote, nothing without organizing. So if this is an issue that you think we need organizing, Kentucky is a good place because these are small counties where people are connected like that. And they know it. We know it. How many of you know, there's a lot of you in here, especially up there in Richmond and them places, and down there, the Blacks and whites are kin. And it's no mistake. I'm just honest. Like I said, I had a stroke. My man could be, I am going to tell the truth. And all of us with gray hair need to tell the truth. We do. We need to tell you the truth. Because you want to know the truth. And I'm going to tell you the truth. Yeah, it needs to be done, but it has to be organized. And so you believe in that? What county are you from? Yeah. And why they got the same names? Either they're owned by them or related to them. You know that. And so that it's something that needs to be done. So maybe you can do that. Does that answer your question? I'm honest. Does that answer your question?
And also, if you go to the library downtown in the Kentucky room, a lot of them use resources to help us trace our lineage as well. So for everyone out there, if you go downtown in Lexington, it's all of Kentucky. So they have a lot of files and things like that. So I would check it out.
I know you guys, that's all this week is.
Well, actually, I wanted to say something. I'm going to ask a question before the students left, but we do have some students still here. But I definitely, before I say anything, I would be remiss not to thank Black Soil and the Community Alliance and the students that helped, and everybody, and also our panelists and sponsors and everybody that participated in making this a great conference. My name is Tony Brooks. I'm the owner operator of Turner Brooks Farm in Richmond, but I'm a retired educator for Miami-Dade County Public Schools. I was at Kentucky State. They said, would you like to teach in Miami? I didn't tell them, but I said to myself, beaches and Disney, where do I sign? And so I've come back home to farm, and I have been fortunate enough to do some research on my own genealogy. And I wanted to say for all the students, we've got to stop saying, I heard or somebody said. Books are there. And our ancestors have left us books and libraries. But when they die, most of us go in the house looking for silverware and money, something that we can cash in. And I'm going to keep it real. And a lot of young people are trying to cash it in to get drugs. And a lot of us know who the drug dealers are. And they're affecting our community. But we know that our brothers and our uncles, and might even be us, but we're not turning ourselves in to try to uplift ourselves. One thing that we also have to look at, let's not get twisted on race. Race, we're all the human race. And no matter what hue we are, there are 54 countries in Africa, and not all of them are dark skinned. 54 countries. And young people, if you don't know anything about the 54 countries in Africa, at least be able to name them. If you don't know anything about them or you don't aspire to go to any of those 54 countries, at least know the name of them or who's leading those countries, because that's where we are deficient economically in this country. And that's what was mentioned by Brother Emery and Doc up there. If you were paying attention in the presentations, we're going to have to network with Africa, because, you know, just because you're dark skinned, you think that, oh, we're from Africa. But then when I ask you about Africa, you don't know anything about Africa, or you haven't read anything about Africa, and you got the internet. But I could talk all day because I was an English teacher and also an assistant principal. So I'm going to ask the question. And the question is something that is a crisis right now with critical race theory is Kentucky State University, where I graduated from. And I went to Kentucky State University because I knew I could get into Kentucky State University. I said, if I can't go to anywhere else, I know I can get in Kentucky State, because Kentucky State was built for me. Because in the 51, when my parents graduated in Richmond, from Richmond High, which the Y bought for $1 and turned into a parking lot, and I luckily owned some property downtown Richmond and a 54-acre farm that I'm going to dedicate to the kids, okay? But the question is, I know what Kentucky State has done for us, because we weren't allowed to go to UK. Most of the people who graduated from Berea College built Kentucky State and taught Kentucky State. These people weren't just farmers. A lot of them were teachers, and a lot of them learned agriculture from Kentucky State. But my question to both of you is, now that Kentucky State is in a crisis situation, and it's not just Black people who were at Kentucky State, where you say, oh, they stealing money over there. Have you ever heard of Madoff? Bernie Madoff, who made off with more money that's in the Kentucky State budget? What can we, as African Americans who are here, who are here, refugees from what has been done to us in this country, what can we do to save Kentucky State University?
I think, Brother Brooks, you've come back with this sense of particular mission. I think Ashley and Tiff had workshops or committees, things like that. If the proposal is out of the Black Farmers Conference to create a working group that can work on that, because as we know, it's no easy question, no short-term question. So I would say, why not announce you want to head up a working group, get some names of folk who want to meet and begin to, you know, strategize about that kind of a question. It's been a question that's been ongoing since I was a student at college back in the 60s. It's still a question. So I would recommend within the conference apparatus, there be things like working groups of that nature. And I would say, because we can't address that question necessarily right here, but the working group can. That'd be my recommendation.
And I'd like to say something. I partner with Kentucky State, and you know, I've been working with, it's a House bill on the floor now. I think it's House Bill 2, somebody in here, it's a House Bill 250. House Bill 250 is on the floor to help to preserve Kentucky State. It's not only Kentucky State, it's HBCUs in general. HBCUs create Black intellectual minds. I taught at a predominantly white school. I went to a predominantly white school, but when I started working with the Black school, I found out something. It was something that I didn't know before. It's something special about an HBCU. So HBCUs helped with the civil rights movement. HBCUs have done a lot.
And that farm program at K-State has done an awful lot. Is it perfect? No. But that's not, we need to be trying to work at building these. So I think we need to support this House bill that's on the floor about Kentucky State right now. And we also need to support those professors, because it's definitely, if you know anything about land grant institutions, you know, University of Kentucky is a land grant, and then K-State's one. The extension office is supposed to be equal. When you go to extension office, you have K-State symbol and you have UK's. It's not equal, period. I was like, I didn't understand until I got in this how these land grants really work. K-State has just maybe 30 or 40 extension agents, and UK has what, 130, 100? Y'all help me, y'all. It's 130, 140. So is that equal? No. So there are some problems. And so there's problems why K-State has had a lot of the historic problems it's had. It comes from the institutional racism. And unfortunately, a lot of people work there don't understand, but it's real. And so, yes, we do need to support it. Like I said, there's a House bill on the floor now. I have done all I can. I have been supporting it. And I support the HBCU because they're crucial to Black intellectual development, not only in Kentucky, but all over the country. And you know, there was some bomb threats recently. Why is that? This little B school. Yes. Okay.
Thank you so much for that. Can we please get a round of applause for our amazing agriculture icons on this panel? Yes, and Dr. Dawson is saying, do something. I actually wrote down a few things to take from this panel. That's one, to organize, strategize, land equals power. Ooh, my earring came off. And support legislation and know your history. I think that concludes us for this panel. Yes. Honestly, no, anything that is happening in the community, I am looking to highlight. Please email me anything that you have going on, anything that you want to talk about at martina.barksdale@wkyt.com. I'm always looking to showcase what we have in the community. I appreciate y'all for your support as well. martina.barksdale@wkyt.com. You can find me on all social media, Martina Barksdale. Follow me, communicate with me. I love my community. So thank you. Thank you, Uncle Embry and Dr. Nancy Dawson.
Okay, well, again, thank you so much to Martina, Dr. Dawson, and Mr. Embry for joining us for our lunch portion of today. Our program was very impactful, and we pray that you walk away with these action items ready to hit the ground running. I'm going to turn it over to our co-host, Tiffany, to lead us the transition for a break, because we got the itis a little bit after that lunch, and then we may just sit for a whole hour and a half, right, Mama Debbie? So we're going to move our legs, visit our sponsors and our exhibitors, and then we'll receive some more information. Tiff?
Yes. All right. So I definitely don't want to lose the momentum, but I definitely echo what Ashley said. So we're not going to keep you all here forever. So we're going to have you guys go out for about 30 minutes. Go. There's tablers are waiting for you all to come out there. Continue the conversations that you don't get to because we've been in sessions. And was, like I said, like about 30 minutes. We will be serving dinner. Dinner is at 5 o'clock. All right. So the idea is to take your 30-minute break, then come back in here. When you come back in here, we're going to have the room kind of separated by regions to continue the cooperative conversation. Because my dream is that we have a East, Central, and West Black co-op, 3 co-ops that we will organize, learn the resources. You all will be sitting with these people tomorrow as well. And so we can continue the work that Maddie Mack was doing, continue the cooperative work that Nancy Dawson's doing, continue to connect the legacy that my elder Jim Embry is doing and is continuing to do. So again, 30 minutes, go network, go conversate, go to the room, whatever you need to do, be back here. We are going to have a conversation. On the table, I left the Farming While Black introductions that I sent to everyone. If you got it, you got the book, you got the link. Don't take the pamphlet. Yes. Oh, yes. Miss Janice. They have different lenses, but the idea is that we shouldn't have to work this hard. The systems were never put in place to be for us. And so therefore we have to continue to make new systems. Now, I'm not driving to West Kentucky to get nothing, okay? Because I'm in the East, right? So the idea is to look at each other next county over, okay? And be like, Tony Brooks, I need your tractor. I need you to help me hire up some land. And that's as easy as it is, okay? I've went to Wayne Riley's and have used his flatbed. We went down there, picked up his tractors, and we did what we needed to do with it. He wouldn't even take payment because he understood that he was helping us build a better system. Feel what I'm saying? So we're going to start this equity conversation. I'm so tired of saying equity, okay? And I'm going to tell you guys why, all right? Equity just means that everything is equal. But if we are a small marginalized group of people, is it really equal, right? We talk about inclusivity, right? Inclusion, but at the end of the day, they can still put us at the table and we still be powerless because we're not unifying. A lot of people in here that are on committees and boards and all types of stuff, and we're still fighting for resources and fighting to even have conversations with one another. This was the first time in a long time a lot of you all actually got to sit down with somebody and have a real live conversation about real live Black agriculture. And I just wanted to say that out loud. Okay. So I emailed you all over the course of the last week and told you guys about this book that we kept talking about over and over again, Farming While Black. Does anybody have the book on their shelves at home? Raise your hand. Okay, that makes me happy. Yes. Okay, because it's on my bookshelf. I read it all the time. I put these on the table. There's a lot of people, so save trees, okay? We're agriculture. I'm conservationist first, okay? Save trees. So share these. If you have the book, go home and read the introduction again, okay? I didn't want to bore you guys with reading it, but I might do it anyways, okay? So this piece of paper, it's just the introduction. I went in the book and I was like, I really want them to connect to something. Cousin Jim tells me that before he ever goes to a meeting, they have reading material. Like they study together before they actually meet. So you have something to actually talk about, right? And I looked at him and I was like, duh, that's what I need to do, right? And so Farming While Black is just the book that I read all the time. Different piece, different parts, spiritually, I like it. And so I pulled the introduction. And I just want to read just a little bit, if you guys don't mind. Y'all mind? Y'all cool? All right. As it turned out, the food project was relatively unique in terms of integrating a land ethic and a social justice mission, from where I went on to learn and work at several other rural farms across the Northeast. While I cherished agriculture experience imparted by my mentors, I was also keenly aware that I was immersed in a white-dominated landscape. At organic agricultural conferences, all the speakers were white. All the technical books sold were authored by white people. And the conversations about equity were considered irrelevant. I thought that organic farming was invented by white people and worried that my ancestors who fought and died to break away from the land would roll over in their graves to see me stooping. I struggled with the feeling that a life on land would be a betrayal of my people. I could not have been more wrong. At the annual gathering of the Northeast Organic Farming Association, I decided to ask a handful of people of color at the event to gather for a conversation known as a caucus. In that conversation, I learned that my struggles as a Black farmer in a white-dominated agricultural community were not unique. And we decided to create another conference. Y'all know what that conference was? Bugs. Anybody been to Bugs? Oh my God. Black and brown farmers and urban gardeners in 2010 began the National Black Farmers and Urban Gardeners Conference, known as Bugs. Okay, history lesson. I'm 37, had not heard about Bugs, SOG, none of that stuff. Anybody been to SOG? Which makes me sad. These conferences are some of the biggest conferences, and everybody in there is a person of color. And when I say a person of color, I'm not meaning the adjective Black. I mean people of color, people of cultural differences all around the world. The FSA is Black. The USDA is Black. The NRCS is Latino. You know, like it's just a plethora of people. But it also brings me joy because this is the first time that this has happened in Kentucky outside of a lot of years ago when my great-great-grandfather did it, okay? We do have the Minorities Conference at Kentucky State University. Shout out to Kentucky State. But when I go there, I see the same farmers, okay? Today, I seen FFAs. I ain't never seen this many FFAs, okay? Go on and clap for them because I'm hype about it. We had students here. We had diversity here. We had people coming from all over that had more to talk about than equity. And that means a big deal, okay? I just wanna throw that out there. I'm not going to read all of this, but please take the time to read it. Leah Penniman took history, took religion, took spirituality, and put this in a book. And it literally it roots just the whole diaspora of being a Black farmer in Kentucky for me. And I just urge everybody to read that. All right. So going on to the next conversation. Anyway, does anybody have any questions about what I just said? Anybody have any statements to say about Bugs or SOG or anything that you want to talk about as far as farming while Black? Yes, Casa. Cousin Jim, what's the organization that hosts Bugs? Black Food Insecurity? Security. Thank you, Cousin Jim. Bugs is still active. SOG stopped 2 years ago, I do believe. Yes. Just want to say that out loud. I'm going to go to.
The last time, see, COVID has changed a lot of things, but I think those speeches are still online. You can still pull up things about Bugs. I spoke the last conference in New York City.
Yes, ma'am.
And it was a lot of young, hip urban professionals there. And I suggest you really try to go back and you can pull those things. They're still available.
Yes, thank you, Jim Coleman.
I would, when Mr. Embry was giving his presentation, he talked a lot about what happened to our people when they had certainly, when they got their freedom all the way up until the 1950s, which were, especially in the late 1800s, were some of the most oppressive times for our people, but they did so much. And it would be really great if we could, part of what we're talking, the conversation we're having is to what are the things that they did when they were certainly more oppressed than things are today. And I know things aren't perfect today, but we all have to agree. I know from my great-grandfather, he did not have what the opportunities I have. And if we could kind of figure out what is the toolbox that they used under enormous oppression, limited access to capital, limited access to society, but they did so much. They bought 14 million acres of farmland. And today we are victims. And I don't know if they ever felt like they were victims. Maybe they did, but they got something done. They figured it out somehow. So coming up with some kind of toolbox of an ancestral toolbox on what did they do to stay focused on building wealth in a very oppressive time, which would be very powerful for all of us.
And they relied on each other. Distraction.
Talking about, I'm good.
You was.
The good doctor was talking this morning in reference to about, you know, pulling our resources together. It's going to, I like to be in that committee where I can listen to that conversation, you know. If you don't do that, then, you know, you're going to lose everything. Because it's going to be hard to do things on your own. These guys and girls were more committed than what we are today.
Wait down. Both hands.
5149, 5149, which one's 51?
Like, for example, people talk about this critical race discrimination, where we don't put it out. What was that? Tony Martin put. It's baby in place now. Why? Why? You know.
My master, man, it's tough being a black. Or did they figure out how to spend? How do we do this? I'm going to say, what do you make? What do you make? How do we do this? How did were they consumed about people being mean to them, or were they consumed and obsessed about figuring it out on how we can work it together and make money to take care of our families? Which one? Which one? What happened down there at that Richmond conference?
I would just say, as a young person, when we had the good things happening, things happened like Red Summer to make sure that it didn't continue, or that we knew there would be consequences for gathering or trying to come together. You know, the bombing of Black Wall Street, etc. So we have always come together. It's just there's been outside forces to make sure that that doesn't continue. So I say it's a mixture of action and reaction, trying to make sure that we don't get to that point.
There's epigenetics is, you know, they just did a study in Rwanda. Some of those people that went through genocide, their genes changed chemically because of that trauma. So on one end, yes, because of these negative things, and this is kind of tied to what Mr. Coleman is saying, there is some negativity when it comes to dealing with certain places. But when he talked about the time we were talking about, our people didn't have a choice. There wasn't a USDA office to go to. You didn't have an option to go to another store, so you had no choice. There wasn't no bargaining, hey, I can just go over there and eat. You had to look at who was around you. Now, what can you do? What can you do? We need to eat. And it's finding this common. Saying that to say, I almost feel like COVID-19 is, in a sense, leveling the playing field. Because I don't know about you. Every time I go to a grocery store now, there's less and less and less on the shelf. And so whether you're going to come to a conference and listen to producers, or whether you're going to listen to your stomach, I think this provides opportunity for those of us who do produce or understand how to produce to, like you were saying, all of these young people here, they're absorbing. But to your point, it's 50-50. Some of it is the negative impact, but some of it is we had no choice.
How do we create the burning platform to where we trick ourselves into believing it ain't racism, but we have to, like our ancestors did? You know how rich we would be? You know how wealthy Black people would be if we switched that, if we just tricked our minds into believing we got control of this. We can do it. We can do anything. We can bombings and all, But we can do anything if we want to. You understand what I'm talking about?
And then Casa has a comment, and then we got comments over here, so send it back to her. All right, we're gonna go to him first, and then.
Great conversation. Absolutely. And again, as already been expressed, much love for these, if I can be little African language, these badass sisters, Tiffany, Ashley, and all their crew who put this together, okay? Brother Coleman brought up a good point about the need to study. What I didn't say in one of the images, before they headed to Chautauqua, this is all in the newspaper, okay? This is all in the Richmond Register, because they believe how we can protect ourselves is to be transparent. We're having the Chautauqua in 2 months. We're bringing in Du Bois and Carver and Ida B. Wells and Mary Church Terrell. And also, here's our reading list. Y'all folks got to read some Dunbar, some Langston Hughes, some Ida B. Wells, some Du Bois, some Carver. I have one of Carver's original booklets. He did 44 of them. They're online. But I want to just read just real quick, real short about what they had in place of infrastructure. Now, Spike Lee said something about, we've been bamboozled. Carter G. Woodson said, we've been miseducated. White folk have too. But here's what they had in place. Just in Madison County, this all came from the newspaper for these Chautauqua gatherings and the infrastructure. They had 15 farmer clubs just in Madison County, 15 farmer clubs with 235 members, 20 homemaker clubs with 500 members. Them's all sisters, right? Okay. They had the agricultural fairs attracted 1,500 people. They had 32 community meetings, only in Madison County, that drew 400 people. They had 157 farms and the farmer cooperative. They had 23 schools, and they were all involved. All the churches, the Baptist, the AME, the Presbyterian, all of them were involved. Okay, but we've learned to separate things out a lot. You know, this sense of we're the professionals, we're the academics, or we're the farmers, and we don't need the churches involved or the schools. So part of our work is rebuilding the infrastructure, rebuilding it in ways that are current, like for today. That's part of the challenge, okay, is rebuilding it, because when you destroy a community's infrastructure, it was done intentionally, Red Summer, all kinds of things that were done deliberately, integration of schools, and say, well, look here, all you Black teachers and principals, adios, don't need y'all no more. Now we have an issue about, you go to the schools, ain't no Black teachers. It's intentional. So how do we, again, I agree. I think our folk spend time, we know what white folk are doing. When we come together, let's discuss what we're gonna do. What we're gonna build, okay? That was their, I agree, that was their agenda.
Good afternoon. My name is Casa Heron. I'm remiss that I missed this portion of the activity because this is my history. I'm from Richmond, Kentucky. I was on a Zoom with some clients of mine. I have been starting a co-op in Louisville, a
a grocery store co-op. And that work has allowed me, to Jim's point, to really help build our infrastructure. Now as I'm building my own co-op, consulting with other co-ops. So I had a call this afternoon with our clients in Southside Chicago, a group of folks who are coming together to do a grocery store. So Jim, I'll be beginning with you to teach you my history, for you to teach me my history, excuse me, because I remember I came to Louisville. I'm a proud Kentuckian, grew up in Richmond. I moved to Louisville to attend the university, started organizing when I got out of college. And it was through organizing farmers markets that I got reconnected to my own agrarian history, and remembering that when our family farm left our family, it went to the white man's family down the road that my great-grandfather said he didn't want the land to go to. I started this co-op work I'm answering your question about what's it gonna take. For me, it was about joy and wanting to live a life of peace. There's always gonna be bad stuff out here for us to fight. And in my community in Louisville, we were fighting our local government to make sure that when Walmart decided that it might want to decide to locate in our community, that it was gonna be the best damn Walmart in the state. And we were fighting our local government and fighting, going to the planning commissions and making sure that, what Walmart was promising was gonna get it in our community. And it was tough. And Walmart won the whole way. And at the end of the day, they decided not to build in our community. Y'all from Louisville, y'all know. And our community wanted the Walmart because they were tired of the Kroger. And what I know about Walmart is Walmart really wasn't the answer to our problems, but folks wanted it. And so I started myself, and some other folks did, to try to make sure that we got the best one. Walmart decided they decided to walk away. But for me, it was an opportunity for me to say, well, what is it that we do want? Because we're going to continue to have people to come to our communities or offer us things, offer us a little trick bag. But where do we have the opportunity to build and to create and to use our ingenuity and our creativity and to work with young people and old people? Where is that opportunity? And so to your point, Jim, I had the opportunity to, one of my good girlfriends, one of my good white girlfriends, gifted me a book called Cooperative, sorry, I just missed the title of the book, Jessica Nimhard Gordon's book, Collective Courage, thank you. And it's a history of Black cooperative development. And she really just regurgitates the work of Dr. W.E. Du Bois. And she brings it into our century now and tells us that this is the way that we survived. We start taking care of each other. We start putting our money together to bury each other, to take care of our sick family members. And then we created insurance companies. And then we created banks. And then white folks decided they wanted to have our money. And we start putting our money in with that system, and our banks closed, and we lost our insurance companies. And we still have churches and some barbershops and beauty salons. But the way for us to build is for us to cooperate, for us to imagine something different. I remember in 2020 in Louisville was a rough time. And I remember just thinking, like, it's our ingenuity and our creativity and our talents that allow us to wake up every day. Because if we didn't, I would stay in the bed, away from the madness. But I know that there's work to be done. So I wake up with a vision for a life of comfort. I imagine 6 months living on the beach every day. That's where I want to be. I want to write 6 months out of the year and be on the beach. It's within my grasp because I can think about it. I can manifest it. So it's a lot of, we're going to change policy and we're going to have to learn new things. And there's always going to be something to say no to. But what are we saying yes to? I want to say yes to me and to my family and to my community. And I want to say yes to joy. I'm gonna leave y'all with, if we can't sing together and dance together, we can't get free together. So let's have fun together and figure out how to build our wealth. Yes. Listen. Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you, thank you. I'm gonna have you all talk real quick. I have one more section in this book that is when Cousin Jim said, you know, you gotta know who you need to know, read about the elders. The elders aren't here, so we have to educate ourselves. I just want to read this real quick. It says, learning about Carver, Hammer, Watley, and the new communities, I realized that during all those years of seeing images of only white people as the stewards of land, only white people as organic farmers, only white people in conversations about sustainability, the only consistent story I'd seen or had been told about Black people in the land was about slavery and sharecropping, about coercion, brutality, misery, and sorrow. And yet, here was an entire history blooming into our present in which Black people or Black people's expertise and love of the land and for one another was evident. When we as Black people are bombarded with messages that our only place of belonging on the land is as slaves, performing dangerous and backbreaking menial labor, to learn of our true and noble history as farmers and ecological stewards is deeply healing. And it is. Because for the longest, I would say, you know, Latrice Ballou, he was born a slave. First thing I said, I was proud of it. Latrice Ballou was born a slave. And the land I got is because he was sharecropping. But as I sat with Elder Jim, I realized they brought 1,000 people to Madison County. Why? For 30 years of my life, all I knew was that it was slavery and sharecropping. I am 37. My cousin Jim and I steward 26 acres of land that's been in our family since Latrice Ballou, which is my grandmother's father, bought it. He bought it section by section. Cousin Jim's house has been put together by boxes. What kind of boxes was those, Elder Jim? Those boxes that they made to make the house? Ammo boxes. Army Depot. So when you talk about pennies, y'all talk about it took nickels and dimes to build this stuff. That's because we were minimalists. We had very little. I was raised that way. All right. I was 84 baby. I went outside with my grandmother in the winter and I picked coal. We brought the coal in. That's how I took a bath. That's how I warmed my food up. All of that. Did we have wealth? Hell yeah, we had wealth. Because not only did we have those 26 acres, we had over 200 acres close to the Fayette County line on the Johnson Turner side. We were wealthy. But I didn't know that because we lived like minimalists. That homesteading, it was no joke, okay? I don't know how many of y'all know it, okay? But I'm telling you, I'm out there with my grandma picking 2 o'clock in the morning, stringing beans so we can can them. She was part of the grapevine homemakers. So we went and sold in town. There was no farmers markets. There was no fresh stops. We was across the street from St. Paul AME Baptist Church. The Masons came through. The Eastern Stars came through. And that's how we organized. And I remember when I sold my first batch of tomatoes, I was 8 years old and I made $40. I was gone. My grandparents also taught me how to save that money and they opened me a savings account. It's more than education. It's more than rehashing our history. It's really understanding our worth. Susan Miller came up here and told y'all how much she does own. How many acres? 4.5. I've had some farmers tell me, they told me I only got 1 or 2 acres. I'm not a real farmer. Says who? Because Susan Miller's doing it, honey. Because it could be done. And she used her resources. And instead of her doing this labor, hard work, it's hard work. But she is, I can't even say 10 times maximizing how she started where she is now. So we also have to use our resources. Why we are distracted is because everything looks like it's right there to touch. It's right there to touch. Oh, USDA, that American Rescue, I'm gonna get that money. Ooh, that grant's coming down. Ooh, K-State got all the money. I'm gonna go get them. I'm gonna call everybody. We're gonna get this. We're gonna get it. We're gonna get it. Yeah. So as you can tell, who's really getting it? And then usually it's the same farmers that keep on getting it. And it's not because they're choosing them, it's because they got their shh together. And they know who to lean on in their community, and they know how to lean on these other people with resources. Now, is there still gatekeeping? Hell yeah. You call me about FSA, what I do? I called them. But there's people like me, Trevor Claiborne, Jim Coleman. We are now in the position where let them mess up. That's the organization. Let them mess up. I'm on my way. I will drive to West Kentucky. I was on my way to Lincoln County. I'll tell you, if they wouldn't have answered, I was on my way. That's what we have to do. Not just making systems within systems, systems outside of systems. I tell Martin Richards all the time, separate but equal. And I don't mean that to be segregated. I mean that because culturally, our history looks different. And therefore, our resources and our power looks different. And our resources do too. And that is another big piece of organizing. And we're going to get it together because this is my mission until I die. We will have a cooperative. All right? Listen, I'm gonna Matt, we on okay. All right. So I'm gonna get to you real quick, but I had this table. I just had to say that real quick. All right, y'all. Y'all choose who wants to talk first.
Okay. I just wanted to say thank you to everybody who said something and lifting everybody up about just where our roots are and what our needs are. And as somebody new coming into it, I appreciate the elders sharing their experience because sometimes you don't even know what you don't know. You don't even know what to ask. So just learning about what you've been through and like the journey that you've had, it helps us flesh out the way that we want to go and the direction that we need to be moving in. And a lot of what I'm hearing is that there needs to be a reaching back, but I'm also wondering if some of the barriers for where we are today is there's a lot of catch up that has to happen. I'm wondering if there's trouble evolving in these different markets in the area that we in, like, because now that I'm coming into it, I have the benefit, I feel like, of being able to wear different hats. Like I can be the social media person, I can do a website, as I'm learning to farm at the same time, I'm having to do all these things like, marketing and networking. And it's like, if I had my choice, I would just be growing what I'm growing. I would just be making it and I would have somebody I can sell it to. But because I have to diversify, I feel like I can do all these things. And I'm wondering if some of our elders, if that is a barrier, if you feel like you cannot, reach certain markets or certain avenues because of the technology or because of the need to, like, you don't know how to use Instagram, let's say, or, Facebook or whatever as a tool. Because I want to put myself out there as a resource to anybody in this room who needs that, because that's something that's one of my gifts. I kind of get that stuff. And also, I have cousins who taught me how to do it. I feel like I'm still learning the process, but how can we get started connecting each other to the skills that we have, because I need the knowledge and I have things that I can offer as well. And I heard somebody else mentioning something about, we were having a conversation about processing. Again, when you produce a lot, and when you don't have a particular market, having somebody who can buy that up from you and just process it. So if you grow a lot of tomatoes and you can't sell it to somebody, do we have black processors in Kentucky who will buy that up from you and make, salsa, tomato sauce or whatever, and do that with a variety of other products? Because I think that is another step in that direction of the cooperative, of just having somebody who does something so you don't have to do everything, because it take a lot of time. It take a lot of time and a lot of energy.
Well, that was excellent. I just want to say to this man here, and one of the things, I taught Black Studies for 30 years, and it's important. You expect people to know the problem, but I guarantee, I've been watching these young people at our table, and I'm not trying to pick on y'all, but they don't know what the world we talking about. And that's a problem, because if you don't understand the problem, how you going to come up with the result? So you have to understand the problem. So it may be repetitive. It may be traumatic. It may be traumatic that we're talking about the slave stuff and all that, but it has to happen. It's just like in the old church, they would sing the same old song every Sunday because they wanted you to have that over and over and over. So you have to do that. We have to define the problem, because there's a lot of people that keep coming up who don't know the problem. Because we were talking earlier about this, and I said, you got to know the problem. So yeah, it's some same old stuff we rehashing, but if you don't know it and you don't understand it, how can you find the solution? So I'm saying define the problem. It has to happen. And if it's over and over, and yes, it's going to be traumatic. Talk about them old slave people. It's going to hurt people. Yes, but it has to happen.
it's something powerful about it. That's the reason why we have this critical race theory now, who don't want you to talk about it. Because they don't want to they don't want the young white kids to be upset, to get hurt by it. Why is that? But it's okay for the blacks not to know. We have to tell the story. And over and over. If we gotta keep telling it, keep telling it. That's the only way we're gonna save the people.
I wasn't going to say anything because I like to observe and just kind of keep my opinion to myself. And I share a lot with Dr. Dawson, but it's like pressing me because I feel like certain things, I keep hearing y'all say, what's the problem? What's the problem? And we're trying to identify the problem. Give me a moment because I'm not a public speaker. So, and also Dr. Dawson gave me permission earlier. She said, I heard her say, she said, you're afraid to tell your story because there's white people present. And that stuck out to me because when I'm at home and when I'm with my people, I tell it like it is. But when I'm around other people, I keep my opinion to myself just because I don't want to disrespect anyone because I'm big on respect. I don't want to offend anyone, but the truth is the truth and the truth shall set you free. So I'm going to speak the truth. So this is my truth. I believe the problem is integration. I believe that when we were segregated, we were forced to have to lean on each other. And I believe that there's a syndrome that has affected a lot of us and it's traumatic and it's called the Stockholm syndrome. And I believe that when I have a way of saying it when I'm doing my spoken word, but I believe that the new age Negro has tried to appeal to the masters, not the masses, but the masses. You get what I'm saying? Massa. So I think that because of that, we're not able to stand on our own because we're looking to someone else to validate us when we have to be able to look within to get that validation from ourselves. So that's what I feel the problem is. And I believe in equality and I believe that everybody needs to be accepted for where they are. But I think that I can't look to a white person and ask for them to understand what I feel. You can see it, you can empathize with me, you can try to understand, but you don't understand because you don't walk a mile in my shoes. And I feel like my skin is a badge of honor and it's also my voice. And so whether I want to speak or not, when you see me, you see my story.
I have nothing to say after that. I wanted to follow up with what Dr. Dawson was saying, and no offense to you, Jim, but I really have a little bit of a example I like to use when we talk about getting to the bottom of any issue or what we're looking at. And it's, you can use this example for anything. I used to even use it with my children when they'd say, my older boys, when I was Christian and we wouldn't go trick-or-treating, and they would say, well, why not? And I'd say, well, it's because what's at the bottom of the bowl. And with anything, you know, we all get to sit and eat this big ice cream sundae. And you want to eat it, you want to participate, you want to have the cherry on top, and only certain people get that cherry. And you know, there's sprinkles put on the sundae. Everybody eats from it. Everybody wants, you know, somebody gives us sprinkles, we're so happy to have it. And some of us are just drowning and sick from the sundae, and everybody's actually sick from it. But we don't know why we're sick. And it's only because what's at the bottom of the bowl, and if you look at the bottom of the base of that bowl, the foundation is cracked. And there's something foul, smelly, and disgusting seeping out. And those of us at the base, we understand, we smell it. We've been living in it. We've been dealing with it for centuries. And, you know, everybody kind of knows that there is, excuse my language, but there's a hule of mess, shit, at the bottom of this bowl. And that shit needs to be cleaned out. And until you get it all cleaned out and we sanitize that bowl and get it all out and understand what that is, if you ain't willing to clean the bottom of that bowl, you're always going to be sick. We're always going to be dealing with this. That's what systematic racism is. That's what most of anything is. We all want to keep piling on the good stuff. We all want to keep covering it up or not talking about it or just, so just give me some more sprinkles. You know, and some people just want to hand out the sprinkles in a sense, but nobody really wants to do the work to get down to the bottom of that bowl. And until we do that, not saying that we got to, and I understand what you're saying, brother, as far as like, because you're right, I get upset. It makes me angry. It is. And so I get what he's saying. I totally, it's like it cuts both ways, you know, but how do we get to the bottom of this bowl, which we all know is there anyway, but how do we clean the bowl now? How do we clean this out and start to build our system for ourselves or whatever.
Hold on, I'm sorry. As I walk over here, the issue is that they don't know that the ice cream is making them sick. So there's people of us that smell it at the bottom, but there's other people that ain't never smelt it. Okay? Yo, you ain't even got no cherries. You sucking on dairy milk is it? And your stomach is blowed up because we got IBS, okay? And you like it, and it stinks. And it stinks. I know that it stinks. You feel me? But some people don't know it yet. And the people that don't, they've had good resources. They've had good history. Your family's had some money. You've had some land. Or, you know, you haven't had to go through so much. Not saying that's for everybody, Jim. I'm saying, though, there are some people that had better conditioning and better resources and better opportunities. And I'm talking about Black and brown people. Okay? We have people who have got the bow, right? But because they've not had to smell the shit at the bottom of it, us that are barking like, you don't smell that? They looking at us like, won't you just eat the ice cream? Because I can smell the shit. Okay, all right, I'm gonna let you go.
All right. Oh, no, I'm gonna follow that.
No, come on, you got this.
All right. Well, my name is Eli Parham. I'm an agriculture teacher at Latrice Agri-Science Center right down the road from here. And I'm sorry, brother, I missed your name. I got a lot. Nice to meet you. The thing I wanted to address really fast is you brought a good point up, I believe, when you were speaking of what is the issue, what can we do, where is that? And from a different perspective, a different standpoint, I'm 28 years old and I'm from East Side Atlanta. It was one of those things where all through high school, I knew nothing about agriculture in general. And it wasn't until I turned 22 years old that I actually visited my first farm, got my first opportunity and things of that sort. Never in my life have I ever seen anybody that was African-American in agriculture. And I just asked my table right here, my students again, the same question here. I have everyone from 14 to 17-year-olds. And at the end of the day, I've been teaching for 5 years now. I taught a year in Atlanta. I taught 1 year in Mesa, 2 years in Mesa, Arizona. And this is my second year teaching here in Kentucky. And one thing I learned is this generation has that intrinsic motivation that you're speaking of here. This generation wants to learn. These individuals came here today because I said there was a Black Farmers Conference. So they woke up this morning, got dressed and got ready to come out here to learn. They've been talking, they've been educating, they've been learning, connecting. And since they've been sitting at this table here, have been also talking about these experiences and opportunities. The past couple of weeks, I've had opportunities bringing people to the school and virtually as well to do a panel to show our students the opportunities that agriculture has to offer. And that's one of the reasons I became a teacher, because at the end of the day, currently in the state of Kentucky, there's 2 of us, and we're in this room right now. In Georgia, there was 6 of us. In Arizona, there was 1, and that was me. When I left that too. So in this room right here, what I just want to say basically is, I think there's 2 gaps right now. One, a generational gap. I myself knew nothing of my history other than what the schools taught me. I knew we were slaves, and then all of a sudden agriculture is still here. That's all I knew. I knew nothing about that. I didn't realize that my great-great-grandmother actually owned a farm that was burned down by the Klan in southern Georgia. Until I looked that up and I found that out, you know? Same thing with my grandfather's side. They had a shrimping business, again, taken away eventually by the bigger markets and things of this sort, right? So I saw that history and I saw the opportunities that agriculture had to have. So I pursued the opportunity. And then I'm trying to spread its opportunity. But the issue is at the schools I teach at, everything I see is only me. I feel alone in these fights. I feel alone in this battle. So it's one of those things where my goal, what I'm trying to do now, is connect our community and our history so we can get that educational gap and that generational gap. Because like I said, that intrinsic motivation is there, but we just have to tap into that youth and get them opportunities and things of that sort. So I don't know if that necessarily answers your question. I don't think it's necessarily the answer. I don't have that. But what we do have is an eager generation that wants to get back into agriculture. They just need the opportunities.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I know Jim want something to say. No. Oh, yes. You want, let me let the student speak. Yes.
My name is Jamonte Lim, and I'm a student at Latrice Agri-Science Center. And to be honest, I was never interested in agriculture before middle school, but I got with an organization called Cap League, and it helped introduce me to it. Because I'm from a low-income community in East End where nobody really talks about agriculture. And I've seen racial disparities and inequalities affect our people way too much. And even though I wasn't interested in first, now seeing that Black people and African Americans are essentially the root of agriculture is making me want to get into it way more. My dad used to always talk to me about how, as a Black man, I'll likely have to work harder than my white counterpart. And I've seen that happen, and I've had to go through that as well. And it's made me be more passionate about agriculture and passionate about how our people are involved with agriculture.
So I'm gonna let Jim, and then Jim after Jim.
You know, Einstein said, we can't solve today's problems with the same way of thinking that created the problems. That's what Einstein said. And Einstein was good friends with Carver. Carver was friends with Edison, Ford, Gandhi. That's a whole nother presentation. They regarded Carver, Einstein said, the greatest scientist of that era. Now, but this is what Einstein meant, that we don't talk about. 500 years ago in Europe, thanks to Isaac Newton, Rene Descartes, and many other thinkers, they brought on the world scene a very different way of thinking about the world. It's oftentimes called the Newtonian Cartesian view of the world, of seeing things as being separate, dichotomized, not interdependent, and as hierarchical. Like, this is the worst, this is the best, this is the only problem. And we're taught that all through school. We're taught to view, oh, the problem of ecology is just the water and not the air. We have all these specialties that specialize in certain things. And we've all been taught all through K through 12, all through college, to view life that way. We ought to be having some sessions next year on systems thinking. How do we unlearn a certain way of thinking that would have us think that this is the only problem? That's how we're taught. And then we wind up going back and forth, either or. Like, I'm right and you're wrong. Up and down. That's how we're taught. It's part of the English language. Over there is the environment, isn't it? Over there, at the gorge, over there is the environment. As opposed to, we are part of the environment. So I encourage us to begin not so much trying to debate either or, because it's an old way of thinking. They're now teaching at the corporate level what they call systems thinking. That's what, when Toyota met up with W.E. Deming after World War II, they introduced this idea of quality control, systems thinking within the auto manufacturing industry that transformed the auto industry in Japan. Now I want to share, if I can, just real briefly. 2008, I met with Fayette County School Superintendent Stu Silverman and encouraged him to begin an agricultural high school. 2008. Invite me in to speak. Okay? It took him 15 years later. I do a lot of work, what's called therapeutic horticulture, especially with women who experience domestic violence, drug and alcohol addiction, because I have in my own life a personal experience with it. We talk about where is the problem and how do we deal with it. In 1954, during the years of Jim Crow and segregation, in Richmond, where we were living, the hospital, my sister, Marcia, was about 6 years old, developed a severe respiratory problem. Now call it pneumonia. My mom and dad took her to the hospital to get help, but they have back then a room that was says colored waiting room and white waiting room. They said, well, look, you know where to go. Go sit in there until we get to you. They waited too late to get to her. She died. My mother had then what we call back then a nervous breakdown. Okay? That's in that essay I wrote. You lose it. She came back to the farm that we're on now with her mother trying to heal from the trauma. We're talking about how do we heal from trauma of what we're talking about that we don't know about. How to heal from trauma. Went to the farm, put her feet in the creeks and the ponds, walked, cried, hugged her mom, and she healed. But she understood what happened to her very clearly. She knew because of segregation and Jim Crow, she didn't get help. But she didn't stay there. My mom was put off the bus in the 30s with her grandfather. She understood her grandfather, her grandmother, but had been enslaved. She'd heard the stories. You say, well, how do you heal from that trauma? Did she hate on the hospital? She could have. Oftentimes what happens, we get stuck in trauma. My mom went on to be a leader in CORE 4 years later, and then she enrolled in nursing school. She could have hated on the medical industry, but she didn't. So I'm just sharing that part of this work that we're talking about is how do we individually and collectively heal from trauma. And she chose to say, I want to help organize in the civil rights movement. I want to help become part of the medical establishment and help heal people. I'm just saying, let's move away from this idea of dichotomies, either or. You're right and we're wrong. Look here, we who we got, okay? In Kentucky, we're who we got.
We're gonna have Mr. Coleman speak next. Yes, yes. You want to speak after him? Okay. Okay, we're gonna have a couple of other. Okay, okay.
This is my last attempt. I'm not going to just talk to all the old folks. I just want anybody in here that's 15 years or younger, and the young brother right there. That's all I'm talking to. The rest of y'all, I ain't talking to y'all. And I don't care if you're black or white, or what part of the country you're from, or the world. If you're 15 or less, just listen to me. It's no tricking on how to get rich in America. Last night, we saw a clear example of how to get rich. The Miller family, that's the model. And it's not really, you don't have to go to UK, you don't have to go to Harvard, you don't have to get an MBA. They work hard. They have full-time jobs. They manage their money. She said you have to have good credit, meaning if somebody loans you money, you have to pay it back, okay? Your word means something. You have to work together. You have to respect each other in your family unit. But the opportunity is really out there. I have a little niece and a little nephew, Trevor and Cleaver, Caroline and Trevor. They can't wait to take over Coleman Crest, and I can't wait for them to buy it. I'm going to help them. I am going to help them. They drive my tractor, and they're 2 years old. I'm telling you all, they are going to be multi-millionaires. We are not here. Ashley is not having this just to have a good old time and learn how to make some cool crops. There are 3 ways in America to become super wealthy. Own your own business, own land, and invest in the stock market. That's the 3. What you do with it, you can farm it, you can rent it out, multifamily housing, whatever you want. But owning land, young people, I'm just talking to young people. Owning land, investing in the stock market, and owning your own business is the way to super wealthy. I'm gonna let you on a secret. It's available to all of you. It ain't racism. I've had more black folks in my 61 years that have held me back than white folks. When I went to Howard University, I wanted to be a doctor, and I was flunking organic chemistry. I went to talk to a black man at the Mecca. This is the Harvard of black schools. And I talked to my professor, and I said, what do I have to do to improve this? Well, you flunked the first test. You got a D midterm. here's what we're going to do. He said, first of all, where are you from? I said, I'm from Kentucky. And I said it with pride. I'm from Kentucky. He went like this. He said, everybody in the South, every black person in the South is illiterate. But this is a black man. Okay? We got to get out of all this mess and worrying about what the white man's doing. It's tough for everybody. We got 50,000 people in Lexington, Kentucky, who are in poverty right now. 30,000 of them are white. Is that racism? It is not. It's tough for everybody to make it. But I'm just talking to the 15-year-olds and lower. If you want to be a multimillionaire, this baby right here, you want to be a multimillionaire. If you want to be a multimillionaire, that table, come talk to me. I'm a multimillionaire myself. I own land. If y'all want to come out and learn how to do a P&L like this kid, Grant, that you all didn't know, she was here right now. He's helped me to set up a P&L, how to lay out my crops, how to lay out a schedule. I told Dean Cox at University of Kentucky, if you teach your students how to just do what Grant does, they will be the highest paid students out of any agricultural school in the United States, because any business will have them. If you learn about profit and loss, how to prepare a plan of how to get things done sequentially and be organized, do what your boss tells you to do when you're working for somebody, have a good attitude, be disciplined, the world is yours. Don't get caught up on the racism. Really don't. It's just a game and it makes us upset. Our great-grandparents did 10,000 more than we're doing today. And when they got together in Richmond, they were not talking about the white man won't let me, the white man won't, the white man, if only the white man. They didn't give a damn about the white man. Those brothers got together and sisters and said, we got to help each other and we want to be rich. My great-grandfather bought Coleman Crest Farm because of Booker T. Washington's program called the Union Benevolent Society. And that's where black folks put their little bit of money they had together in the black church to give each other loans to do two things: buy land and to bury loved ones. They could have talked all day about the white man won't let us go to 53rd Bank. The white man won't let us go to school. The white man won't let us. And I'd be in poverty if my great-grandparents thought like that, like victims. I'm just talking to the young people. I know everybody else is going to be upset. The rest of y'all can talk CRT and all that garbage. To the young people, y'all want to be wealthy, get that, just trick yourself into believing everything's fair in America, that you are in the best country in the whole wide world, and it's all in. You got 27,000 days to live. You've already spent 7,000. My wife died at 58. Okay, I'm 61. I got about 6,000 days. They go by fast. Don't waste your time on worrying about some emotional bullshit. Focus on taking over, seize the moment, and this is for everybody, black and white. Mom, I know you'd appreciate me telling your kids this. Don't waste time and make money and leave history for your family. And do the right thing and take advantage and seize the moment of all that happens in this country. God bless you all. I'm done. That's the last thing I'm gonna say.
Thank you, Jim. Thank you. Thank you. First of all, I gotta say, I like that y'all are speaking from your heart and your soul today. We're gonna let CJ speak. After CJ,
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is CJ, and I'm like my sister over here who spoke earlier. I'm more of an observer. I don't speak often, but I felt remiss to speak on this. I want to offer you guys things from my perspective. I work in the Black Man's Country Club. I work in one of the only institutions that we as Black men control. I'm a barber. So I have clients from Mr. Kenneth Clay, who's 84, to Montana, who I cut yesterday, who's 1.5. So the things that I see from a Black man's perspective is it's unfortunate that what the sister was talking about, that's at the bottom of the barrel, we have no family. The family structure has been ruined. From the barbershop perspective, the stories that I hear about what child support has done to the Black family, how it pits the man and the woman against each other. So what I have to say is, as the Black man, one of the issues that I see that we have is we don't know how to communicate. We are terrible at communicating. More times than not, we kind of keep things to ourselves and we don't know how to release that. And it has to do a lot with the trauma that we've been through. But I'll say this and I'll end on this. One of the things that we have to do, that we all have to do in this room in order to take a forward step and move this thing into the vision that we see, is we all have a responsibility. But if you change that word backwards, it's our ability, what has been placed in front of us? What are we going to do? What action steps are we going to take? How are we going to be better communicators with each other in order so we can make cooperatives work? Because that's what we have to do as a people. We have to quit working in our own silos, and we have to come together, because that's all that we have is each other. And a chain is only as strong as its weakest link. And that definitely holds true to us. And we have to take that to heart in order if we're going to make this thing different.
Thank you, CJ. And then we're gonna have a comment from Miss Betsy Taylor in this beautiful blue Estates shirt.
I hope everybody admires my shirt. I want to talk about responsibility. There's some people here in this state who should be taking responsibility for talking about racism, and it's white people. And so I just want to say, you all have given me such a beautiful gift today. This is the spirit and insight and wisdom and energy and history in this room today has just been really beautiful. And as Sister Tiffany talked about people coming together and talking about what they can give, what I'd like to offer from our nonprofit is to try to take this knowledge about Black farming in Kentucky out into our anti-racism work, because I feel like I've gotten a real calling here today. So I thank you from the bottom of my heart. This has been a beautiful, beautiful day.
And I just say that Betsy has been supporting me before I even knew that she was with Lycan. Okay, she's a wonderful ally. And that's something else we have to talk about while we saying white people. White people help me. Okay, I got my allies, and y'all need to start sharing y'all's allies. And we need to know who our allies are. Okay.
I really want to focus on FFA too. Well, what I don't hear, back then, and again, I've been 65, and I don't come through a lot. But one thing about it, when I was younger, I didn't have a choice. The reason I said I didn't have a choice is when my father said, we going. No matter where it was at, we going. That's the reason we went to church, whether you wanted or not. You went. Same situation not too long ago, about 4 or 5 years ago. I have a grandson who lives in Louisville. And I understand he don't have much green space. He got a yard that's about as big as this. He don't get a chance to get out and play, run, or whatever. And I was helping 4-H, and I said, okay, I'm in West Kentucky. I said, I want my grandson to go to the 4-H camp because I was one of the leaders there. And I asked his mom, I said, tell Chris he's going to FFA. Going to the 4-H camp. You know what she calls me back? She says, Dad, he don't want to go. I said, when did he start making decisions? When he started making decisions, tell him to have his bag packed, he's going. So actually, he went. He didn't want to go from his comfort zone, being with his friends in Louisville, but he's going somewhere he didn't know nobody else other than me. Once he went and got the experience of it, he went 4 years in a row with no problem asked. See, we too easy let our young people make decisions too early. Now, another thing, if you're a Black farmer willing to help, I had a young kid in FFA, and I was stationed in working with USDA, and I was about an hour and a half from my farm. And he called me up from Todd County, where I was originally from, and he was just a junior at that time. He said, I heard y'all got some farm out there, and I'm coming from the city. And I said, wait a minute, who are you, first of all? It seemed when he got to talking, I said, okay, I know your mama. And I remember when you were small. I didn't know you was in FFA. Because I come through FFA too. I said, what's the problem? He said, we got to have an enterprise. Yes, I do remember. You got to have an enterprise. I ain't got nowhere to have one. I said, okay. We got so much ground. I said, we can do a small project with you. Let's start a sweet corn project, because you got to have some kind of enterprise to get on to your next, from your green green hand on up to the next one. So he came about, and I didn't even know he was interested in farming, but we got together, we started farming. He put the sweet corn out one year, then the next year we put out another part of sweet corn, then we come back with some tobacco. He got the experience of doing all that, He graduated. It was a tract of ground come next to me. It was about 4 acres and a half. And he said,
I'm interested in buying a piece of ground. I said, you know something? I think we can find out. Because the lady was eligible, she wanted to sell it, but she did wanted to sell it because I was a neighbor. We had another neighbor over there. She didn't like him. And I said, I don't want somebody else to come up on me, but I didn't really need the other piece of ground myself. So I said, okay, USDA got a loan. And I knew what the criteria was. With the USDA loan for a beginner Black farmer, you got to have 2 years of experience of farming. I knew that he already had that because that's when he started that project. He came as a Black beginner farmer with a Black, being young as a beginner farmer too. He got a very low interest rate on it. He purchased the 4 acres in the house on it, cheaper than what he's gonna rent the house on a monthly payment. You follow me? But somebody had to, I was always his mentor because I had a mentor too. So we have to reach back and help our young folks when you find them in need. And I was always open for farming experience or whatever, because I can always use help. But no, I mean, but this is what I'm looking at. We have to start making. I got my granddaughter's now come back, and she's getting a touch of the farm now. And my son, he's a little different. He's a little different, but he's coming back because somebody's got to take a place over eventually. But I know his mind not set yet. But he's been now around enough to start an understanding. And I'm waiting, if I don't pass away tomorrow or something, he's going to take about 3 or 4 years till he understands what it means to have ownership. Ownership to him is a car, which depreciate ain't worth a quarter. You know, all them shoes, all them clothes and all that. I said, you can make a down payment on, make a monthly payment on something if you keep spending all that kind of, I'm talking about shoes, $180 a pair. You know, I'm talking about stuff like that. They ain't worth a quarter afterwards. I said, invest in something. So we got a little piece of ground looking for him too. So we're gonna try to invest in that. But this is what we gotta do. We gotta reach back and help our young ones, okay?
Thank you. Listen, can we just give another round of applause for this wonderful conversation? Woo! I ain't gonna tell you, I was a little nervous. I was like, are they gonna talk? Because I need them to talk. So I just want to say that a lot of y'all, we know that it starts with our young people, right? And you all have already, a good handful said, I could do that. I'm doing that. There is a sheet going around. Ashley has it. Please fill your name out. It's gonna be me, okay? I've been emailing y'all for months. I'm gonna email y'all again, okay? You sign your name up, then we're gonna organize, all right? And then I will make meetings. Just like Cousin Jim said, my family was 32 meetings, a whole bunch of committees and everything, but it takes that much to organize us. Now, back then, it was a whole lot more Black farmers. So it cannot be this difficult when we was 1%, less than 1%. Yeah, Black farmers. And beforehand, we were 70, 80, something of that, you know? So it cannot be this hard to organize. So she's going around the room. Please sign up to be a mentor. If you're a young person or a new farmer who needs a mentor, if you are an older farmer and you're trying to switch from commodity to diverse, and you know a diverse farmer, you need a mentor. Please sign up. This is for helping and those who need help, all right? Couple of things I just want to talk about real quick. Food is almost done. Are y'all hungry again? Are y'all hungry again? Y'all ain't hungry again? I was like, I'm gonna feed them because one thing they not gonna say is they left the conference hungry, okay? Well, there is more food. I wanted to make sure you all had dinner because as we leave, you guys might be traveling home. You may not get there late, and I didn't want nobody to have to stop to go get food. There's a few things that I took notes down, and I will finish this session with this, okay? One thing that I heard, Jim, Coleman, and Kenyon, as they were conversating, they heard somebody say, moving past history. My daughter's 16. Majority of y'all know, Michaela. Michaela has been mentoring since she was in middle school. She's been working with Ashley and Trevor since the beginning of them doing anything in agriculture, okay? It's a long time, okay? Kayla's been there. Kayla goes to the middle schools. Kayla's a really good kid. But one thing she says to me is that I love when you talk to me about all the things that grandma did and how much land y'all got. But we are so tired
of hearing about how y'all got drugged and all types of stuff and lynching to go to Berea College. Like, okay, we get it. We know how bad it was. But do we have to always start there? Can you give me some good things to know about my history? If not, we're here ready to learn how to do it, not necessarily the right or wrong way, Cousin Jim, but to do it a way that it makes sense to you all because y'all the new generation. And it's up to us to support that. Again, I had too many farmers coming to me and telling me that other Black farmers were telling them that they didn't grow enough. They didn't have enough land. You ain't got enough money. You don't have enough infrastructure. Okay, well, tell me what I do got. Are you gonna help me get it? Because if you're not gonna help me get it, then you're part of the problem if you're not giving solutions. Okay? Like, for real. Like, don't tell me what I can't do. And that's a lot that I hear, okay? Like, I hear a lot I can't do. And then it's easier to be like, well, okay, state didn't give me a grant. USDA didn't accept my application. You might not have had your shit together. That's why. And it's not their job to call you back and let you know how bad your shit's not together. They can just tell you that you're denied. But there are Black farmers who have been through the process, and instead of them keeping that to themselves, why don't you sit down next to me and tell me how to go through the process? Stop telling me why I can't do it. It's disheartening, and I get too many emails about it, okay? Next step, strategic planning and infrastructure. I'm gonna say it over and over again, just like everybody says, it's gonna be on repeat. It is A, B, C, D, E, F, G, strategic planning, infrastructure, cooperatives, ABC. I'm telling you, this is how we're gonna have to learn this over and over and over again. I will email y'all till y'all blue in the face, till I'm blue in the face, okay? Strategic planning. We are so tired of always having to strategic plan, I guess, because we got it out the mud. But if we really thought about if we actually planned appropriately, that maybe our infrastructure will be stronger. And when we come to have conversations like this, it's not a back and forth. It's a what I got because I've already planned before I got here. This is that's how I'm working. That's how my farm's working. That's how my operation. When farmers call me, whether they are in an urban garden, 2 acres, 50 acres, first thing I tell them, do you got your farm, do you have your farm number? Are you still using your social security or have you actually made a business? They're not gonna tell you to make you a business. Separate yourself. And I mean, I had farmers like, they've been farming for more than I've been alive. And they're like, I have never got an EIN. I don't even know what the Kentucky One Stop Portal is. I don't even know nothing about sales tax. Kentucky Proud branding, what? Like, but I know Black farmers that got Kentucky Proud branding. I know farmers have connections with people. And so what I'm saying is that we have to be transparent and not think that we are taking away from ourselves to share, right? Simple. You got it, I got it, period. All right, next thing. Like Cousin Jim said, our land is sacred. Whether you've been in your family for hundreds of years or you just bought land, it is now yours. You have put your feet and your hands in it. And I hope to God that not everybody's just using ag tech and just on tractors. If y'all ain't putting y'all's hands in the ground, you're not doing anything for your land. It's not yours. Make it yours. Get out there barefooted with your kids, your grandkids. Go get some kids. Because I tell you what, listen, for real. I'm gonna tell my story real quick, okay? Just real quick, right? 37. My grandparents died 8 years ago. Oh, sorry, I was listening, sorry. 8 years ago, sorry. Longer than that. Yeah, 8 years ago, my grandparents died. I had lived with my grandparents my whole entire life. Tobacco farming, hanging tobacco, cutting it. We had garden, farm, everything. You name it, I was out there. Like I was telling the story earlier. Outhouse, that was my life, okay? My grandma made all my clothes, everything. That's just how I lived, you know? And I felt like I was ready. Like my grandfather died, my grandmother died a year later. I looked at my grandmother after my grandfather's funeral. I said, Grandma, I got you. You taught me, I know how to do it. I'm good, right? Thought my grandparents had told me everything, right? Because I'm listening, I always listen. I was at the church, okay, right? Grandma and my mom and I go to the bank. Some of y'all know my story, but I have to tell it. Me and my grandmother go to the bank, and we are trying to close out my grandfather's account, which is also the home equity loan on the house. Grandma didn't tell me that. Grandma had a stroke and had forgot she even signed the paper. My grandfather didn't tell me that. The bank has been working with my grandparents since it was down on Main Street. As soon as I walked in, they was like, oh, Bess and Andrews, yeah, I'm so sorry. What can we do to help? White people. They didn't tell me, JP Chase is scandalous, but that bank in Richmond looked at me and was like, how can I help? I'm so sorry. And there was like, how much was it, babe? $70,000, $80,000 against my property. My property is worth almost $200,000 and they were coming to get it. And I am going through domestic violence myself, had almost lost everything, could not walk, lost my job. And then my grandparents die. I go to the bank. They tell me, you got so many days to figure it out. Wouldn't switch it out for me and mama's because you know why? Our credit wasn't good at the time. They say good credit, right? They didn't care how good my grandparents' credit is, didn't care how I was trying to make the payments, didn't care who I had gotten in contact with to help me get these payments out. They didn't care, they didn't stop nothing. So you know the interest, the taxes. I'm trying to bury my grandparents. My family really wasn't there. What am I supposed to do? This is a story we hear all too often. But y'all hear what I said? My family really wasn't there. Jim Embry. Okay? My husband, my mother, and myself. That was it. Talk about family helping each other, right? Split up in 4 pieces. We got family all over the place. Nobody came. They were like, well, where's the money? Didn't the money come? They died. You ain't got no money. You ain't got nothing to do. Are you going to help me? Are you going to come here and do anything? No. So what did we do? We tried to pay the bill. Ultimately, Chase, Madison County, they looked at me and they was like, they was getting ready to sell it. They was getting ready to sell it. I'm calling Chase. We got the money. We're trying to figure it out. They don't care. I had to drive to Cincinnati, Ohio, to Chase headquarters, to the lawyer's office, wait for it to open. Cousin Jim is down at the Madison County office telling them she's up there getting the paper. She's taking the check to Cincinnati and they're going to sign off on it. Do not foreclose on that house. Literally goes through. I call Cousin Jim. Cousin Jim says, stop. And I mean, it's just like, I'm not being theatrical. Stop. No, she got it. Check your facts. We had to do that more than once, but that was the only time that we had to go all the way to Cincinnati, right? I'm still trying to figure it out. Cousin Jim we working with NRCS. You know, we made it a conservation. This is my 7th year of bringing women out to my land. I birth babies out there now. I bring kids, I bring universities, I bring colleges, I bring all types of people. You know why? Not because I want the money, not because I'm trying to be seen, because I'm restoring my land. I make them kids come out there, they take their shoes off. The women come out there, they take their shoes off. They lay in that sun, and they truly understand that Harriet Ballou was out there catching babies long before they was even thought of. And I'm restoring the land spiritually. And with that comes manifestation and abundance. And I've been blessed. I've been blessed to still have Ballou Estates, a fully functioning agribusiness farm. And RCS gave us hell. Y'all see, this is Cousin Jim, right? Okay, he's like the elder of everything. He had to go all the way up the ladder for NRCS and Equip to come out to my farm just to get it ready for high tunnels. Have they been back since? We got high tunnels, no help. We had Amish do it. I just need y'all to understand that everything that everybody said today is true. I understood because I might not have nobody, allies, family, or different. I had to build my infrastructure. Our food system is a little bit different for us culturally, right? Understand, I had my stuff built for 2 years. Black soil came. And every opportunity that Ashley could throw to me, I was like, I'm ready. Why? Because my infrastructure was together. And if it wasn't right, I had people telling me, get it together, Tiff. Get it together, Tiff. That's not right. You got to put your labels on it. That box ain't going to work. And together, I've been able to be successful because it is obtainable. And I just needed y'all to understand my story on why I do what I do with Community Farm Alliance, because I've seen the issues. I've seen the heirs property loss. I've seen the disconnect between Black communities. I've seen the allies, and I've seen the people who were gatekeeping. But I got to the point of my power that I'm able to look at them and say, you know, you gatekeeping. And they're like, oh my God, am I? I am so sorry. Well, tell me what I need to do. And they're starting to ask that question. Tell me what I need to do instead of assuming that they know how to fix it. And that is progress. Okay? All right. Thank you. I mean, that was, whew. All right. So outside of that conversation, there is a 5-pot toolkit
this beautiful thing right here. It's in your folder. I looked at USDA and I looked at NRCS. We work with FSA, K-State. We're in the 2501 grant now with them. That I worked very hard to make sure that CFA was the partner on that with Black Soul as sub-partner because we're doing the work, right? And I said, we need a green book. I said, we need a green book. And you know what I did? We made it. CFA was so lucky to have some Bill Emerson fellows. And I was like, so this is what we're going to do. And they put this together, came to my house in the country, sat with me for 3 hours, and we put this beautiful book together with the help of my Community Farm Alliance support team, my coworkers, and the executive director. We did this all together. And so inside of it, reason why I'm bringing it up, people, names, resources that I've heard you tell me you have talked to before, not just let's Google land grant universities. No, every name in here we have talked to, and I know that you all, somebody's had a relationship with them. What I need y'all to do, this is your homework. I want you to go in there, if you can fill anything out that says, oh yeah, I did use Equip in Warren County, and that NRCS guy is boom. That FSA agent over in Fayette County, shout out to Fayette County USDA. I know that guy, let me add him to it. And I would like to keep this as a live document so that as our new farmers come along, it's not like digging in a needle in a haystack. Like, I mean, open that bad boy up. Everybody pull it up, pull it out. You have all types of table of contents, real people, real things, mental health, risk planning, business planning, and real people. Like K-Card has a whole lot of people. I'm going to send you to Alita. I don't care where you at. You know why? Because Alita's going to get in my car and she's like, where are we going? We're going this way. All right, let's go. She sat with me and many farmers and helped them get their taxes together. It's not even really her job, but she makes sure she does it. All right. So live document, I'll check back in and all you have to do is just send stuff to me. That's all. Any type of resource or information, please send it to me. Like I said, this is a live document and ongoing, and it is 5:04. So I'm done talking. Thank you for this equity conversation. And tomorrow, go ahead and clap. That's fine. Tomorrow we'll be separated in regions. So when you come to the next location tomorrow, please stay in the regions. Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right, y'all. Let's give it up for Tiffany for facilitating that very robust, at times challenging. We're not a monolith. We've got different thoughts. That's okay. That's what this time is for, to pull out those different thoughts, perspectives, and ideologies. So tomorrow we will be in a new venue. It's marked in your program, but we also wanted to bring it to your attention and emphasize that today. We will be in the north side of Lexington at the Clear Story event space. For those who weren't able to join us today, anyone in the local food system, we do encourage them to come out and join us. Doors open at 11 and we'll have our brunch starting at 11:30. So we're gonna eat well. And we touched on so many different things today that it will spill over into tomorrow. So if you weren't able to get all of your thoughts, feelings, touch base with contacts here, please know that we've got a whole other day where we're just holding space for you. Okay, great. And I've got the signal from our FFA students that our dinner is ready. So again, we're gonna ask that our doors on the side here, if we can open those and prop those open. And we will ask you to head over that way and enjoy the meal. But again, we're at the Clear Story tomorrow, 101 West Loudon Avenue. That's right next to our fulfillment center. So I'll be happy to walk you through, show you where your product can be stored wholesale for some retail. So enjoy dinner and we'll see you soon. Thank you.